When it comes to conspiracy theories, one of the most famous ones we have all heard is the Illuminati, which is crazy enough by itself, but this next one, the Council of 13, or should I say, the Reptilian aliens and the Council of 13 royal families, may be the craziest thing we have ever covered. The theory largely stems from a 2002 book by Stuart Swerdlow called Blue Blood, True Blood, Conflict and Creation. And while there's not much of it online, except the one-page link by the iceberg, I will try to give a rough summary of this one. Basically, the Illuminati of Earth is comprised of 13 different Illuminati families. These families are known for their power and influence across the globe. These are the Rothschild families, or real name, Bauer family, the Bruce family, the Kennedys, or their real name, Cavendish, de Medici, the Hanovers, the Habsburgs, the Krupps, the Plantagenets, the Rockefellers, the Romanovs, the Sinclairs, or St. Clairs, the Warbers, or real name, Del Banco, and the Windsor family, aka the Saxe-Coburg-Goth. All of these families are responsible for different aspects of the world, whether that's finance, military, technology, media, religion, or whatever. Now the leader of this council of 13 families is called the Pindar, and it's always a male from one of these families, and the term Pindar is supposed to be an abbreviation of Pinnacle of the Draco, but it's also known as Penis of the Dragon, and I have no idea why, but the holder of this rank reports to the purebred reptilian leader in Inner Earth, and at the time of the 2002 publication of the book, that leader was from the Rothschild family. I can sense I'm starting to lose some of you, but hang on, it gets worse. Below the Council of 13 is the Committee of 300. These are the supporting families with the highest percentage of reptilian DNA, such as the Bush family, the Carnegies, the Fords, the Roosevelts, Rockefellers, and Rothschilds, obviously. They, along with the Council of 13, control the CIA, NSA, Mossad, and basically every intelligence organization in the world, along with the Federal Reserve, the Bilderbergs, etc., etc. They are obsessed with symbolism like pyramids and the reptilian eyes on the dollar bill, and the number 13 holds significant importance to them, hence why there's 13 ruling families, and why there were 13 founding colonies. Speaking of the 13 colonies, the Council of 13 also created fake countries like the United States, Soviet Union, Israel, the UK, Central and South America, and most of the black majority countries in Africa. And in their downtime, they helped start the American Civil War to split up the United States and double their profits, while also elevating slavery to a more subtle masked form. They also orchestrated World War I so they could test out chemical warfare and reduce the global population. Plus, it was time to restructure Europe, while they started World War II to test out mind control techniques and to start the use of fluoride, and of course, nuclear weapons. Speaking of nukes, the reason Japan was nuked was because the Japanese Illuminati, represented by Emperor Hirohito, was trying to take over, and the Japanese Illuminati has never been viewed as legitimate anyways. And don't think they are going to let the Native Americans off scot-free either. They planned the genocide of the native population. Tragedies such as the Trail of Tears, yeah, that was an Illuminati plan. As of 2002, when the book was written, the election of George W. Bush was supposed to be a sign that they were making progress towards their goal of global control. I never thought I'd come across a topic that made me miss the pooper mysteries, but here we are. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. What do these three men have in common? Well, outside of being extremely wealthy, they all share one other thing. That is, in spite of the vast amount of money they have, they are still nowhere near the level of the richest man in history, that of the Malian ruler in the 14th century, Mansa Musa. His wealth, when adjusted for the modern day, would be over $400 billion, twice that of Musk, which he attained by controlling the lucrative salt trade, as well as having control over a vast amount of gold mines in Africa, as well as being involved in the trade of ivory, slaves, spices, silks, and ceramics. In 1324, he set off on a pilgrimage to Mecca, nearly 2,700 miles away, with thousands of men bringing tons of gifts. In Cairo, he gave out so much gold that it caused the value of it to be affected in all of Egypt. But it's this stop in Cairo that our topic comes about. When staying there, he would meet the governor and tell him a story about his predecessor, a man known by the Arabic name Abu Bakr II, real name Mondi Bakari. According to Musa, Bakr had abdicated the Malian throne and embarked on a great expedition across the Atlantic Ocean. Actually, there were two expeditions. The first one used 200 ships, which was led by an unnamed explorer. This expedition would be gone for a long time, and only one ship made it back. The ship's captain told Bakr that in the open sea, they came to a river with a powerful current, presumably the Canary Current, and they forged ahead except for this one ship that did not go, and instead waited on the others to return, yet they never did. Bakr did not believe this account, so he took a second expedition with 2,000 ships, along with sailors, builders, and enough craftsmen to last for several years, this one led by Bakr himself. However, the fate of this voyage is unknown, because Abu Bakr never returned, which allowed Musa to claim the throne. But other than this king's account, there's little supporting evidence which shows this, although if this expedition was lost at sea, it might explain why. In fact, some so-called revisionist historians cite the theory that Abu Bakr set off across the Atlantic in 1311, thus handing over his throne to Musa, and that the reason it was not passed down through African oral history is because they sought to cover this up because fleeing the throne was viewed as cowardly and dishonorable. The theory further states that the fleet made landfall, discovering a forested countryside similar to Mali's landscape, presumably Brazil, where he set up a colony and traded with the local indigenous people, and then sent that money back to Mali and waited for ships to return with supplies and settlers to establish farms. The so-called colony was named Born Bambouk, after the famous gold fields in Mali. This colony was supposed to be near the modern-day city, Recife, and it was here over the next 2 centuries did Mali become the center of a vast trade network stretching from the Aztec Empire to India, with locations such as Mandinga Port, Mandinga Bay, and Sierra de Mali, either located in Haiti or Mexico, depending on the source. But is there any actual real proof of this? A lot of this comes from a couple of records from the earliest days of Spanish exploration. Many often cite Columbus, who, according to the theory, may have not been looking for a route to Asia, but instead was investigating claims of West African ships trading with a continent southwest of Africa. But Columbus supposedly spoke of seeing a black people in the Americas who carried gold-tipped spears. But Columbus never recorded this. He wrote that there were natives who painted themselves black. However, Bartolome de las Casas did write that they had received reports from the Indians of Hispaniola of a black people to the south and southeast who made the tops of their spears with a metal called guanin, which when tested was made of a majority of gold. However, since Columbus had already previously cited the natives who painted themselves black, it is more than likely the natives that told Bartolome de las Casas this were indeed citing these painted peoples. But proponents of this theory ignore that, and sometimes even take it a step further and claim that Abu Bakr went on to influence native culture, in particular that of the Olmecs, who are a pretty mysterious people on their own. A lot of this comes down to the colossal stone heads built by the Olmec, which, looking at them, you may think they actually look like an African warrior, instead of a Native American one. In addition, Vasco Núñez de Balboa even recorded seeing Native Americans who wore head wraps with patterns just like the ones he's seen in Guinea in West Africa, as well as seeing a black-skinned people held as prisoners in a Native American prison. However, the skeptical answer to this is that Balboa was actually just seeing a member of another Native American tribe. However, as you might imagine, this research is viewed by historians as incredibly flawed. Although most concede it was possible that Bakr did make it to the New World, or any West Africans actually, some would even say it wasn't only possible, but likely, which might explain why some of the earliest European explorers spoke of it. Yet, it's almost for certain there wasn't any trade going on back and forth. There's just no data that supports that Wagner was sending fleets of assorted goods and treasures back to Africa after his trip. If anything, any African expeditions were just popping in for a short amount of time like the Vikings did. In fact, some historians believe Mansa Musa's story about Abu Bakr going on these expeditions may have been nothing more than a clever ruse, stating that it was possible he had Bakr deposed of and then made up the story to explain how he got power. Furthermore, Abu Bakr never ruled Mali, although it's assumed by most historians that Bakr was Mansa Muhammad ibn Ku, the real ruler before Musa. But if he really did make this expedition, there's no record it returned, and the fleet's fate is uncertain. It's possible they encountered fierce storms near South America and were shipwrecked. July 22nd, 1992, Wisconsin. A 32-year-old man named Tracy Edwards went to the home of another 32-year-old man named Jeffrey Dahmer. Edwards had been considering letting Dahmer photograph him nude for $100, but was still unsure. As he hung around hoping to get a little bit more comfortable, Dahmer would get Edwards to focus on a fish tank he had. As he stood there looking, out of nowhere, Dahmer would try to handcuff him and failed at first, but he did eventually get them on. Edwards, obviously scared, was led to the bedroom where Dahmer had the movie Exorcist III playing. He would then brandish a knife and tell Edwards he was going to take nude pics of him. Edwards, most likely knowing he needed to act now or never escape, would tell Dahmer he had no issues with him taking the photos if he would just uncuff him and put the knife away. Dahmer did this favor and began watching the movie. He then began rocking back and forth, eerily chanting. He then pulled the knife out again and told Edwards he was going to eat his heart. At this point, Edwards knew it was now or never. He would tell him he needed to use the bathroom and ask if they could sit in the living room afterwards where there was an air conditioner. Dahmer said yes and stood up and walked into the living room after Edwards exited the bathroom. After sitting a few minutes, Edwards waited for another opening and said he needed to use the bathroom again. When he stood up from the couch, he punched Dahmer in the face and ran out the door, and the rest is history. The police would show up and Dahmer would go to prison. But that's not our mystery. It's what Edwards told investigators later where our conspiracy begins. Edwards told detectives when Dahmer first went from the friendly guy who asked him to come over to the guy brandishing a knife, he had changed. He said his face seemed different, his body structure, he was a totally different guy, which leads to the totally bizarre theory that Jeffrey Dahmer, one of the most notorious serial killers ever, was a shapeshifter. Apparently after he captured Edwards and thought he couldn't escape, he no longer had to hide this fact. And also, if he was a shapeshifter, it might explain why it took police so long to capture him. The theory got its start from one of the most popular 90s TV shows, The X-Files, when writer Chris Carter heard the comment by Edwards about Jeffrey Dahmer and took it and ran with it. In fact, the episode, called Irresistible, is one of the highest rated in the show's history and one of the most critically acclaimed. Unlike other X-Files episodes, it's about a serial killer, and there is no overt paranormal elements, although it is hinted at that the villain, a man named Donnie Faster, who was based on Dahmer, had the ability to shapeshift, although some fans of the show actually believe the villain Donnie was really a demon and not a shapeshifter. Regardless, Carter, who wrote the episode, would comment later on about the inspiration for the Donnie character. Quote, "There are reports of people who had been under the spell of Jeffrey Dahmer who actually claimed that he shapeshifted during those hours when they were held hostage, that his image actually changed." End quote. However, I think Carter might be taking Edwards' characterization of Dahmer a little too literal, as I could not find anything else about Dahmer being a shapeshifter, although I could totally see him being a demon. But what do you think? Hyatt Verrill is a man that most of you will probably never have heard of, but is at the center of this next obscure mystery. Hyatt was an American zoologist, explorer, inventor, illustrator, and author. In the early 20th century, he participated in several archaeological expeditions to South and Central America and was a natural history editor in Webster's International Dictionary. In spite of that, he is probably best known for his numerous science fiction works, which appeared in the pulp magazine Amazing Stories. His writing was praised by most, with two of his more famous stories being that of The World of Giant Ants and The Inner World. But all that has nothing to do with why he makes an appearance on this iceberg. That comes about because of a specific claim he made. According to Hyatt, he was the owner of an animal that was completely unknown to science. Supposedly, he found this animal during an archaeological expedition in Chiapas, in southwest Mexico, and would state that many of the paintings and sculptures in the area matched the likeness of the creature he had found. And he wanted to clarify these artistic artifacts were not of cats, just like the animal he had found was not feline either. Instead, he noted its tail, which had the ability to grip things like a branch, and he also noted its tongue, which was like an anteater with a projecting lower jaw and retracted lip. It also had offset thumbs like toes and would hold food with its sharp claws and front paws, much like a squirrel. It was about 2 feet in length and had large knife-like canine teeth with a large head and a mask-like marking on its face, while its breast had a large golden yellow sunspot. He would finally state he believed he had found the mythical Warracabra tiger, this legendary cryptid said to live in the mountains of central West Guyana. This creature he took home and made it a pet, naming it Monster. The name was fitting because he would cite that the animal would spring forward like a panther with its sharp claws ready to kill anything that walked into its path. He was very aggressive and even dangerous for its small size. According to Hyatt, he had taken the sketches and his description to many zoologists over the years, but no one could identify it, although some suggested it was the very rare Olingo, an animal found in Central and South America that are cousins of the raccoon. Hyatt would finish his notes on the animal by saying he planned to send scientists the skull when the animal died so they could study it in the future, although I cannot find that he actually done this. Even more baffling, Hyatt, for some reason, only took one photo of the creature, and there's been endless speculation in the crypto world ever since, although Hyatt's own theory was obviously that he discovered a new species, and many people believed him, citing the fact that he was also a zoologist and a well-educated man. But as far as other theories go, some suggest that it was nothing more than the white-nosed coati, which are native from the American Southwest all the way down to Central America. But we will finish with the two most likely theories. First, let's go back to Hyatt, the very gifted writer who wrote both non-fiction and fiction books. But we're going to focus on his non-fiction, educational type books, because it's these that he often got criticized by other scientists for straight up fictionalizing things, all in an attempt to appeal to younger readers and sell more books. So it goes to show he would not be above lying to get attention or potentially sell more books, perhaps about an undiscovered animal. And now we'll finish with the most believable theory, that of the kinkajou, an animal that is cousin to the raccoon and lives in the rainforest. Even Hyatt would state that many of the biologists who looked at the picture and heard his description almost always suggested that's what it was. But almost a century later, and no one is for sure what animal Hyatt brought back with him. August 2017, a strange story would hit the airways, one that hinted at espionage and futuristic weapons which had the ability to cause intense vibration in the head, pain in the ears, visual disturbances, and cognitive problems. Of course, I'm talking about Havana syndrome, which were these health-related incidents that happened to U.S. diplomatic, intelligence, and military officials stationed overseas, starting in Havana, Cuba, hence the name. The individuals who first reported the strange attacks stated that it was an acute onset localized loud sound, like screeching, chirping, clicking, or piercing noises. 2/3 of the victims reported having visual disturbances like blurred vision or sensitivity to light. while more than half reported feeling intense pressure in their head. 1/3 even got tinnitus, hearing loss, and dizziness, while doctor's visits for some would reveal abnormalities with their balance. But there were also long-term effects, like some of those that were affected who would report that months later they developed insomnia. One would even have to resort to wearing hearing aids. Of course, the CIA looked into this and feared the worst. Was it some kind of directed energy or radio frequency weapon? Something the US had no idea about? And who was behind it? Well, the answer was obvious. Most figured Russia. Although, there were also attacks reported at other US embassies, like the one in China. However, what if Havana syndrome was just crickets? Well, according to a group of elite scientists named Jason, which advises the US government on science and technology, that's exactly what it was. According to the declassified report, the agency found evidence that in 8 of 21 cases, the most likely cause of the so-called Havana syndrome was nothing more than crickets. They found this out by going over audio and video recordings captured during the so-called attacks, and found, with high confidence, it was the Indy short-tailed cricket. No source of energy, neither radio waves nor sonic, can produce both the recorded audio signals and the reported medical effects that came with it. In fact, the group Jason were not the first to come up with this. The Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory in New York, a non-profit research facility, had speculated the same thing prior in their research, citing that the Caribbean cricket had an unusually high-sounding chirp and gives the sensation of a continuous sharp trill, one that people not living in the Caribbean would be accustomed to. They further speculated that after a few incidents, this soon led to mass hysteria, and so this fringe theory might actually be correct, because the official stance by the US now is that it's almost certainly not a foreign actor doing this, and it was most likely all due to mass hysteria, although they have not came out and said that crickets led to the original panic, but it seems more than likely so. "1947. A man named Kurt Godel was in the middle of studying for his upcoming American citizenship test. He had been born in Austria-Hungary and would later go on to be considered one of the most important logicians in history, right up there with Aristotle. His work would be a major influence to scientific and philosophical thinkers alike. He had first traveled to the US some 14 years earlier, where he met fellow genius Albert Einstein, leading to the two becoming good friends. He would make returns to the US over this time frame, especially leading up to World War II, when he was found fit for conscription for the Nazis. To avoid this, he would actually take the Trans-Siberian Railway to the Pacific and then go to Japan and then to San Francisco and then cross the US by train to Princeton, where he would eventually become a permanent member of the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton in 1946. But to circle back, here he was now studying for the upcoming citizenship test, when all of a sudden, Godel discovered something that surprised him. When looking over the US Constitution, he found what he called an inner contradiction. He was so shocked that he told his good friend and fellow professor at Princeton, Oscar Morgenstern, that there was a flaw in the Constitution that would legally allow the US to become a fascist state. Oscar would tell Godel the likelihood of this happening was very remote and tried to calm him down. But Godel, who had lived in Germany when the Nazis came to power, had seen things that had left him paranoid. In particular, in 1936, a philosopher and physicist who was a big influence to Godel, named Moritz Schlick, was assassinated by a former student, which severely affected Godel. He suffered a nervous breakdown and began to be paranoid, especially of being poisoned. This led to him being put into a mental health facility for a while, so you can see why he was pretty concerned that the same thing could happen again in the US. Oscar would continue having conversations with him about it, and eventually even brought Einstein into the mix. Time would go by though, and the day of the examination came up for Godel, who went into the courthouse accompanied by the witnesses, Einstein and Morgenstern. The judge was set to administer the oath of citizenship and asked Godel what the government type of Austria was. He replied that it had been a republic, but the constitution was such that it finally was changed to dictatorship. The judge would state, "Well, "This cannot happen in the US," and Godel boldly proclaimed, "Oh yes it can, I can prove it." The judge, probably just wanting to get on with his day, ignored this claim and finished the ceremony. But there you have it. In the time since, no one knows what it is that Godel found, because he only shared it with two other people, Einstein, who never shared it and died just a few years later, and Oscar Morgenstern, who recounted the incident in 1971 but never actually went into whatever it was that he allegedly found, which is not a surprise because both Einstein and Morgenstern thought the whole thing was far-fetched. In fact, if he had not been a famous logician who just also happened to be friends with Einstein, no one would even pay attention to it. Some people since, though, have tried to find this strange loophole. One of the big theories suggests that it involves Article 5, which describes the process by which the Constitution can be amended. According to the theory, the loophole is that Article 5's procedures can be applied to Article 5 itself, where it can then be altered in a downward direction, making it easier to do so again in the future. So someone could just keep doing this over and over until it's insanely easy to just change whatever you want in the Constitution. Of course, that's only a theory, and it would have to overcome significant hurdles to make a reality. Others have suggested that Godel was possibly talking about the abuse of gerrymandering, which we see a lot of now, or perhaps some kind of flaw in the Electoral College, or maybe even presidential pardons. There's also the possibility he was talking about suspending legal safeguards, like habeas corpus, or altering the powers of the judiciary, but more than likely, due to his paranoia and past mental health issues, he probably misunderstood one of the constitutional principles rather than actually finding a loophole. (1966) The Soviet Union, a popular science magazine that roughly translates to Technology for Young People, would release their 8th issue, and inside, they would give an interview with a former military man named Vazgen Sergeyevich Karapetian, who had a crazy story to share. Now Vazgen had just happened to be a lieutenant colonel in the Army Medical Corps some 25 years prior in 1941, which if you know a little bit about history, you will know that was during World War II. And it's in the backdrop of this war that Vazgen would tell the magazine that the local authorities in Bansk, Dagestan would request that the army doctor come to the area to give an inspection of a man they had captured about 18 miles away from town. The man, they thought, might be a German spy in a really great disguise, so the doctor was being sent to try to figure out, one way or the other, what was really going on here. But nothing could prepare Vazgen for what it was he was about to encounter. He would tell the magazine that what he had seen when he got there was a wild creature, covered almost fully with dark brown hair resembling a bear's fur. That fur was thinner and softer below its chest, with the wrists barely covered, and the hands and feet left completely bare. The hair on its head reached its shoulders, partially covering its forehead, and on its face was slight hair, but no mustache or beard. The creature was about 6 foot tall and stood very upright, with its arms hanging down. Vazgen would remark that it stood like an athlete, putting his powerful chest forward, as well as the eyes having an empty, purely animal expression. They tried to feed the creature, but he would not eat nor drink. Neither could he speak, only making inarticulate sounds. In addition, he was very resistant to the cold and actually preferred it, because when they kept him in normal room temperature, he began to sweat too much. So they took him out to a shed and kept him where it was very cold, and they discovered he was much happier that way. The doctor also noted the creature had lice of a bigger size than found on humans. Vazgen would put his hand forward and said hello, but this being did not respond. It's because of all these things that the doctor knew this was no German spy. He wasn't even a man. In fact, he said it was very, very wild, and that the fur was real and belonged to the creature, not part of a disguise. He asked what the soldiers planned to do with him, and the guards said they were going to give the doctor's conclusion to their superiors, and depending on their orders, he would be killed or let go. So Vazgen left and went back to his unit, and never heard what the fate of the creature was. This was basically all he said in this snippet in the magazine. but he actually spoke about the incident to many others over the decades. In many other places where he was invited to speak about it, he would stress the fact that this happened during a very critical moment in the war with Germany, hence why the authorities were so suspicious of this wild man, as Vesgen called him. And it also explains why there was no scientific curiosity about the creature, because everyone was way more worried about the war. There was no follow-up, and if any records were made, they were lost or hidden by the Soviets after the war. Although, in the following years when the story got a little popular, Bigfoot researchers would reach out to the Minister of the Interior of Dagestan, where the incident took place, and the only reply they got was that it was pointless to search for any so-called wild men, because the Soviets had fully civilized the people of Dagestan. He instead insisted that the so-called wild man that was captured was nothing more than a saboteur and was treated as such, aka executed. Strangely enough, in 1958, the USSR Academy of Sciences did set up a commission to look into the stories of the Snowman, or Yeti, or Wildman, depending on what you want to call them. And of course, the first person they wanted to talk to was Vesgen, and as mentioned, he was a lieutenant colonel, and because of that, and the fact that he was a medical doctor, he was deemed very credible. The investigators did not accuse him of hallucinating, nor did they accuse him of lying, because he was a fairly important man, but they still didn't take it serious enough to pursue it any further, supposedly because they lacked the funding. Now strangely enough, this story was already pretty popular before the magazine got a hold of it, because Ivan Sanderson, the famous British-American founding father of cryptozoology, would write about the creature in 1962, citing there were dozens of other accounts from that area as well. And that's pretty much all we know about this one. There's not even many theories available, although some Bigfoot researchers have specifically stated that this cryptid was not a Sasquatch and was something else, most likely a wild man, like Vesgen concluded. February 2003. We go back to the paranormal section of the now defunct website, about.com, a place that we have visited many times on the journey through this iceberg. If you have missed previous installments of this series, this website allowed users to share their own paranormal experiences, and it's here we find the user, Double I, giving an account of a day she had a picnic with her husband, sister-in-law, and her sister-in-law's husband. It was a calm, bright, beautiful day, and the family were enjoying their time together. The writer would state that her husband, his sister, and his sister's husband were all sitting directly across from her at the picnic table, and everything was by all accounts normal. However, Double I would state she would look up and behind them and would see the strangest scene playing out. In that split second, everything behind them had apparently turned into a dimension parallel to their own. She would see this very strange creature walking across the yard behind them. It had huge oval pitch black eyes, and skin was tough like animal hide, but it had a shell on its back, and its arms were human, but bone thin, like they were arthritic. Its legs looked human as well, except the feet, which were hooved. The flesh was a gray-green color, and for some reason, she felt compelled to try and speak to it telepathically. She would ask if the being could understand or hear her, and suddenly, this strange being shifted and looked right at her. She, of course, was taken aback and was now terrified. Everyone at the table had heard her and looked up behind them to see what she was looking at, but they seen nothing apparently, because they would ask her, "What are you looking at?" And she was frozen with fear and could not answer. They were understandably confused. Now, Double I would scoot in behind her husband's body to escape the creature's gaze. She would relay that the creature watched her for what felt like an eternity before it continued on to leave. She again telepathically tried to say goodbye to it, but the creature stopped again and stared at her, to which she responded by once again hiding behind her husband. The creature then moved forward once again and disappeared. But that's not all to this strange account. When she snapped out of it, well, sorta, she found herself now sitting at the kitchen table inside of the home with the same people, her husband and in-laws. But now all of a sudden, she was hit in the face by a fireball, or as she described it, what the end of a sparkler looks like. This little fireball then took off and disappeared. This caused the woman to jump and nearly fall out of her seat, and she was now completely out of the trance. Her family, of course, asked her what was wrong, and she told them of the weird light that hit her in the face. And to finish this insane story, her family said, "Oh yeah, they had experienced the same thing." Where to even start on this one? I have no idea. It's one of the strangest mysteries I have covered since beginning this channel. Well, I'll just start with the main theory. This thing she's seen was a true interdimensional being. As we discussed previously, some UFO proponents argue that alien visitors are not actually coming from space, since when traveling at the speed of light, it would still take an insane amount of time. No, instead they believe that these visitors are coming from a parallel dimension. These dimensions coexist right next to us, not light years away. And like we discussed in a previous story, if there was some kind of glitch where one of these dimensions bled over into another, then a person could see what's happening on that same spot, on that Earth, in that dimension. Likewise, it's possible they would also be susceptible to seeing what's going on here when one of these glitches occur. This is actually a theory that goes back a very long time, and it would actually be a more conceivable way of explaining UFOs and other paranormal encounters, because then you wouldn't have to explain why a UFO that traveled thousands of light years to get here abducted some dude in Arkansas and went back home. No, if this theory is true, then it's truly just random universal glitches. Then there's also the other take on the interdimensional theory, that it's just possible that it wasn't a glitch at all, and this alien interloper intentionally traveled through the dimension to this Earth for who knows what reason. The problem is that, why use what I would imagine would have to be some top tier technology to break through a dimension, only to walk around in some family's yard, scare some woman to death, and leave? It doesn't make sense. Of course, the thing that makes this one even weirder is she just found herself at the kitchen table afterwards, somehow removed from the picnic table, back indoors, and even then, she still hadn't snapped out of it, until the sparkler-like fireball hit her in the face, which makes it seem less like an interdimensional traveler and more like some kind of reality glitch, which we have discussed in the past, unless that is, the alien being caused her to see all of this. There's not many other theories really, but I mean, you have to wonder if maybe they were having a little too much fun at that picnic. Maybe this was a hallucination caused by drugs, or maybe this woman was mentally ill, or perhaps, maybe, just maybe, this was a made-up story. Speaking of, I wish we could find the people that left all these stories at the paranormal section of About.com. I would be curious to hear how many of them straight up wrote fictionalized events. If you are a gamer, chances are you will be familiar with this next oddity, because going back to the old NES days, a common villain you might see on a video game that would be rather weak is that of a slime, or jelly, whatever you want to call them. Heck, they even go further back than that. If you ever played any of the old editions of Dungeons & Dragons, you probably at least once came across a slime. But what happens when you cross something like a slime in real life? That brings us to the supernatural entity from Oxfordshire, England, known as the Boneless. Usually, it is described as being a clammy, white, stinking, shapeless mass that inhabits the desolate backroads of the countryside, most often appearing on dark or foggy nights, where it moves along the ground and overtakes travelers in the dark. The most famous encounter happened in the 1950s to railway man John Davies. One night on his way back home in Derbyshire's Longdendale Valley, he got the uncanny feeling to stop his bike, and it was so overwhelming that he actually did. He put the brakes on right there and came to a stop. Then just a moment later, he would see what he described as a huge black slug sliding across the road and onto a plateau on the other side, making a scraping noise as its massive, yet almost shapeless form moved along. John would get closer to get a better look and described its head as being like that of a whale, with a white eye and a black pupil going round and round. John would state that he felt whatever it was evil, and he fled in a panic and wasted no time in telling others about the strange encounter. That's when he would be stunned to hear that other people had witnessed it too. In fact, one of these was a friend of John who had seen it sliding across a valley. He would later on find out that more friends had seen the creature. But what exactly was this thing? Before we get to that, it's important to point out the stories of the entity known as the Boneless have existed for centuries. In fact, you may even say it's mainly folklore, and that's the theory itself. The whole thing is just folk tales. But even in folktales, there must be a reason for it, right? That's what makes this one interesting. In many other folktales, you've got the stories of people being chased by a werewolf on a full moon night, or maybe a vampire trying to seduce a young maiden. In those accounts, you can visualize those scenes. But what if the thing that is trying to kill you is a blob? And this goes back to pattern recognition that our brain is so hardwired to find. We can recognize the wolf-like creature, or Dracula, but a blob that has no real shape and is always shifting doesn't click with us. But it goes deeper, because vampires have a reason for their madness. They need blood to survive. Werewolves turn to chaos upon a full moon. Even ghosts are usually driven by some kind of need for revenge, which is why they haunt a place. But blobs are non-thinking monsters who only exist to consume. There are no motives, which brings us to the cause of these stories. If someone was all alone on one of these back roads on a dark, foggy night, obviously they're not going to see well. So there's a good possibility that some of the things you might see will be so shrouded in the dark that they would look like an indiscernible blob, and that will cause our brains to feel a sense of anxiety about the unknown up ahead, and may even trick us into believing that it is some type of formless horror. And that gets us back to the story of John Davies. What exactly did he see? More than likely, nothing more than his eyes playing tricks on him due to the darkness. Whatever he thought he seen crossing the road either did not happen or was something else mundane, like an animal. What's more curious is why John got the overwhelming sense to stop his bike in the first place. Well, that, and it is kind of curious how his friends and neighbors also reported seeing the blob. Which brings us to the paranormal theories. Maybe this was some kind of unidentified phenomenon, something that manifests itself into a blob form, maybe an alien, or maybe a demon, or maybe it was a cryptid, some kind of giant slug that has never been seen again. July 24th, 1989, near Mount Asahi in Japan, rescue helicopters would be dispatched to find two missing hikers. As pilots scanned over the area, they came across an encouraging sign. On the ground lay birch logs that spelled out SOS. The tree trunks were about 16 foot each and were made by stacking the cut down birch trees. So the pilots would search the area for the hikers, who they assumed must be nearby. They were right too, because about 2 miles north of the sign, they found two missing mountaineers. They would fly them out and take them to the hospital to be checked out and recover. Once there, the hikers were asked about the SOS sign they had built, and shockingly, they answered, "What SOS sign?" They would go on to say they had not made one, nor had they ran across it. So the rescue team would return the next day to do a more thorough search. This time, they would find fragments of human bones. These bones had traces of animal bites, as well as the bones in the leg and upper body being fractured, which possibly occurred while the person was alive. The search team would also find a hole just large enough to fit a single human into, which contained 4 cassette tapes, a tape recorder, a backpack, some amulets, a human skull, a tripod, a pair of men's basketball shoes, 2 cameras, a notebook, and a driver's license belonging to a man named Kenji Iwamura, a 25-year-old man who had went missing 5 years earlier when he set out to hike the mountains. He had been reported missing a week after he had left, but no sign of him had ever been found until this point. Even stranger, the skeleton was sent off in hopes of getting more information, and it was determined that the skeleton belonged to that of a woman between the ages of 20 to 40 years old, which would certainly throw the investigators for a loop. This would change by 1991, however, when the bones were re-examined and found to be that of a man, most likely that of Kenji. The police listened to the recordings found on those tapes too. One was the voice of a young man shouting for over 2 minutes, in which he exclaimed, "SOS, help me. I can't move on the cliff. SOS, help me. The place is where I first met the helicopter. The bamboo is deep, and you can't get up. Lift me up from here." No one knows why he left this recording. The rest of the tapes were from anime TV shows. The Forestry Service would also look over old aerial photos and found that the SOS was there as early as September 20th, 1987. It was estimated that it would have taken at least 2 days and a lot of effort to make the giant sign. But how could Kenji, if it was Kenji, have did all of that? He would have been thin and weak, and there's no way he could have built it. And that doesn't take into account the broken bones, especially considering there were no axes found in the area. Of course, maybe the trees had already fallen, yet that still would have been quite the task for someone in his condition. An acquaintance of Kenji would confirm that the anime music tapes did belong to him, as well as the basketball shoes. His parents could not identify the voice on the tape, however. This has long been an eerie mystery that has captured the imagination of the Unsolved community. But is it really unsolved? Most investigators now seem to believe that there's really not much of a mystery. As they state, it's pretty obvious what happened. Kenji Iwamura got stuck down under the cliff, and the bamboo was too deep for him to get back up. He made the recording, then went further down and made the SOS sign. He then passed away after no rescue was made. As far as the broken bones go, he most likely suffered those after the recording, or he would have mentioned it on the tape. Likewise, he most likely suffered the injuries after he cut down the trees. Really, the only mystery is, what did he do with the axe he used, as that was never recovered? And how did he sustain the injuries afterwards? Summer 2003. A random sonar survey in the Sea of Galilee in Israel would make a very interesting and intriguing discovery. Looking over the results, they came across a huge monumental stone structure about 30 feet beneath the waves. It was built in a cone shape made of basalt boulders. The whole thing was estimated to weigh about 60,000 tons. It stands about 32 feet high and has the diameter of about 230 feet around, about twice the size of Stonehenge. From first observations, it seemed like the rocks had been piled on top of each other like a giant rock cairn. Divers were sent down soon to get a better view, and they found that the boulders showed no signs of cutting or chiseling, meaning whatever reason they were here was probably not ceremonial in purpose, as similar structures have been found around the world to mark burial sites, and usually have some kind of markings that identify it as such. However, one thing was for sure, it was man-made. In fact, it probably had been built on land before the water in the Sea of Galilee rose. Even stranger, it's believed it had been constructed a long time ago, possibly around the 3rd millennium BC, basing that on the fact that a few other megalithic structures were found nearby. Actually, just a mile south of this structure was an ancient city called Khirbet Kuruk, one of the biggest towns in the ancient world. It was pretty advanced too, having paved streets and towering defenses. If the structure really is 4,000 years old, then it was likely built by the people that lived here. However, their reason for doing so is still unknown. The most common theory is that in spite of the fact that there were no signs of cutting or chiseling, it was still probably a ceremonial site of some kind, possibly even a communal burial site, which was then submerged by rising waters in the lake. Others suggest that it was purposely built under the water and was probably constructed as some type of fish nursery, or possibly as a boat ramp of some kind, although I just can't see either of those two theories being correct. October 1957, England. A small group of naval cadets, William Lang, Michael Crowley, and Ray Baker, were taking part in a map-reading exercise that should have been fairly simple. The goal was to navigate their way across 4 to 5 miles of countryside to a certain point, return to base, and report what they had seen. And this certain point was the Suffolk village of Kersey. But not only would this not be as simple as they thought, it actually ended up being one of the most bizarre experiences in their lives. The first thing the men noted as they got near the small village was the way the church bells abruptly stopped ringing as they got closer. This would be followed by ducks that soon got quiet and sat motionless next to a stream. Even the birds stopped chirping, and the wind stopped blowing. Even odder was the trees did not appear to cast any shadows, but the men tried to focus on the task at hand and ignored the oddities. They noticed the village seemed like a ghost town with nothing going on, but that's not real surprising for a Sunday morning in 1957 in a rural part of England. But what did stick out as odd to them was there were no signs of the town being modern at all. Even in the most remote areas of Britain, You could find cars and telephone wire, but neither were here. That's when they noticed that these houses also looked ancient, like they were hand-built during the medieval era. The young men were sorta confused and went to the nearest building and looked into one of the windows and discovered it was a butcher shop. There were no tables or counters, just 2 to 3 oxen carcasses that had been skinned and had been left and then turned green due to age. They questioned how someone would let that ruined meat set out in the open where someone could report them to the health authorities and get the shop shut down. Perplexed, they decided to walk around a little more and peek into another building. This time, a house. Here they found the rooms were empty. No furniture, nothing. And the rooms did not appear to have been designed in any modern way. Instead, they were crudely whitewashed walls. At this point, they got the feeling they were being watched and got spooked and thought the best thing to do would be just get the heck out of there. So they started back out of town, which required trekking up a hill where once they reached the top, they turned around. One of the young men would later recall they heard the church bells again, and now smoke was rising from the chimneys, something that had not happened the whole time they were in the village. After this, the men took off running. When they got back, they all talked about what had happened, but could not explain it. They even told their superiors, as the exercise had instructed them to do, and of course, they were skeptical and laughed it off, but they did say, yeah, you seen Kersey. That would be all to the story for now. It would take another few decades until the late 1980s when William and Michael, who are now both living in Australia, would reconnect by telephone and began talking about the incident. Apparently, the whole thing had troubled William over the years, whereas Michael had forgotten most of the details, although he did believe something strange happened to them that day. And one of the things he specifically remembered was the lack of streetlights and the butcher shop. William now was driven to find out what happened that night, and he would actually write a letter to the author of a book he had recently read, that of Andrew Mackenzie, the Vice President of Society for Psychical Research. Mackenzie received William's letter and he was very intrigued, and he immediately recognized the phenomenon as a time slip. He believed that the cadets had not went to Kersey in 1957, but instead many centuries earlier. Over the next 2 years, William and Mackenzie would exchange letters. All the while, Mackenzie researched at libraries and even contacted a historian from Kersey who gave details of the village during the medieval times, which basically confirmed Mackenzie's view that yeah, it was a time slip. The two men would finally meet in 1990, and they would take a stroll through the village of Kersey, reliving the experience. Mackenzie's research on the incident would lead to a book on time slips called Adventures in Time. Interestingly, Ray Baker, the third young cadet there that day, was eventually tracked down, and he said he remembered nothing about that experience. Regardless, Mackenzie still believed it was a legit case due to William and Michael's sincerity and the detailed accounts they gave. In particular, the so-called butcher shop that they had seen, which, when looking at the records, was found to be a private residence in 1957. But the house itself dated back to 1350, and strangely enough, in 1790, it had been a butcher shop. But that wasn't all. In spite of hearing church bells, neither William nor Michael ever seen a church. They looked completely around the small village for it, but there just wasn't one. This would seem to poke a hole in Mackenzie's theory because the St. Mary's Church is located in Kersey, and it's kind of a landmark and can be easily seen by anyone passing along Main Street. It's also known because it was an important site of pilgrimage, so for them to not see it makes the whole account questionable. But Mackenzie actually thought the opposite. He believed that it actually helped pinpoint the time period the men went back to, because the oldest parts of the church actually dated back to the 12th century, where it was being constructed until 1335, when they began working on the church tower. But then, the Black Death hit in 1349 and delayed the work by over a century. Thus, according to Mackenzie, the men arrived at the time after the plague hit, and they did not see the church because it was only halfway constructed and hidden behind the trees, but was still constructed enough to have the church bells. He would go even further and state the glazed windows the men said they had peeked into suggested a date close to 1420, when the village was growing rich due to the wool trade. But is Mackenzie right? Well, Kersey is old, that's for sure, with its first documentation coming in 900, and a lot of the buildings from the period still exist today, and are often used by filmmakers for that reason. So it's easy to see how 3 young men from different parts of the country could walk into this village with the old buildings and maybe think they went back in time. But what about the absence of power lines? That can be explained too. When power first started making its way out to Kersey, the townsfolk vigorously protested about not having the power lines hanging overhead, as they did not want to block the skyline, so the cables instead were ran underground. So case solved there. But there were other issues, like the appearance of glass windows, which were really expensive then, and it implied, by Mackenzie theorized, that the village was really wealthy at that point, and if so, that would mean it was around 1420. But if this village was so wealthy, why didn't anybody own any furniture? So maybe they didn't travel to 1420, and instead went to 1349 when everyone had died or left due to the Black Death. That's not the only problem with this though. The possibility that a small medieval village would have a butcher shop is remote. Butcher shops did exist, of course, but were usually in the town center, and meat was very expensive, and most peasants did not eat much meat at all, except for a few holiday celebrations. Around this time period, meat only made up about 1/4 to 1/3 of a diet. There are even records from the time period that show villages half the size of Kersey slaughtered about 3 cattle a year, meaning Kersey itself probably slaughtered around 6 or so, which makes it odd that the men claimed to see 3 carcasses just lying in the butcher shop. So what if this was not a time slip? Then what? One suggestion has been that of derealization, which is a mental state where a person becomes detached from their surroundings, usually due to severe stress or even alcohol withdrawal. The problem against this, of course, is why did both men tell the story? I could see one having derealization, but both doesn't seem likely. Of course, it's also worth pointing out Ray, the third man who didn't remember anything about this experience. Others suggest they simply imagined the whole thing or was confused by the old village, since they probably never had heard of it. One of the more crazier theories is that they did not walk back in time, but instead into a parallel dimension where the village existed and was similar but had distinct oddities. Of course, maybe, just maybe, they really did have a time slip and ended up in the 14th century version of Kersey. August 15th, 2012, Macomb County Public Works were dispatched to the Sterling Heights community to repair a sewer line. This area is just north of Detroit and is considered part of the metro area as it sits right on the edge. The repairmen had actually worked in the same area of the sewer the day before and everything was normal, or as normal as a sewer can be. But today would be different because they would find something truly disturbing. They would find 10 to 15 softball-sized pieces of flesh in the line, which is pretty gross. Since the men had been working in the same area the day before, it was obvious that the flesh had been discarded within the last day. The authorities were called quickly, and the flesh made its way to the medical examiner's office, who confirmed the speculation right, because he found little to no signs of decomposition. Police had little to go on though, other than portions of a tattoo that were on some flesh. It was made worse by the fact that the sewer system spanned several towns consisting of about 800,000 people, but after DNA testing, they were able to confirm that it was the remains of a white female who had probably been noticeably obese. Unfortunately, that's as far as the police got, and the case went cold. And just when the fear that the locals had experienced was beginning to die down, another discovery was made, this time in Warren, Michigan. About 5 miles from Sterling Heights, the same thing would happen again. In a sewer, 4x4-inch cubes of flesh, which contained fat and muscle, were found. And just like the last time, there was no decomposition. Strangely, no skeletal remains or vital organs were ever found. But investigators wondered if by some chance, it could be from the same person, which would be awful to think about. But after DNA testing, they found it was 2 different people, and again, a white female. As you can imagine, the community was now on edge, as many suspected a serial killer was operating in the area. Law enforcement could not rule that out either, and kept investigating. But just like with the first one, there was precious little to go by, and the case went cold. This time, residents were spared, well, for at least close to a year, when it happened again on September 23, 2013 in Sterling Heights. And just like before, it was precision-cut pieces of skin, fat, and muscle, which were found by county workers on an elevated sewer platform. And just like before, all they could do was test it, but the only thing they identified this time was the race, and it was determined it was a white person. The gender is still unknown, but going by the first two, it was most likely a female. Over a decade later, and police basically still have nothing, other than the tattoo they found, that is, and even with that, no one has came forward to say they recognized it. They do believe it was designed some 15 to 20 years prior to the woman's death, suggesting that the victim would have been anywhere from 40 to 55 years old at the time of the murder, although that's not a definite. The tattoo itself is not even fully intact, so police turned to tattoo artists who offered suggestions to police about what it might have been. The big problem with this one is since so many people are connected to a sewer line, it's basically impossible to say where it came from. However, that hasn't stopped theories. First, let's go back to the one residents feared the most, that of a serial killer. And it would actually make sense, as the killer decided to dispose of identifying parts of the body, hence the tattoo, by flushing it down the toilet. He thought it worked the first time, so why not do it again? But there's a problem with this. Where's the rest of the body? I mean, it is possible he dumped it somewhere else completely and put the part with the tattoo down into the sewer, but then that brings up the question about the next two victims. Neither of them had tattoos or identifying marks, so why was this alleged serial killer disposing of only small parts of human skin down the toilet and taking the rest somewhere else? It doesn't really make sense. And the killer also seemingly stopped, although he may have been arrested for something else. But following that line of thinking, there's another theory. What if the second or third victim was a copycat crime, meaning that the person that disposed of them had heard the news about the found skin and just thought, well, that person didn't get busted, so that's what I'll do too. That's a theory detectives have looked at. But let's go to one of the early, odd police theories. They suggested the flesh was actually improperly disposed of medical waste, since it was only flesh and no skeletal remains, or even any large remains. They thought it was possible an illegally operated surgical practice, or heck, even a very lazy legitimate practice, was responsible. And given the large amount of fat that was found, it was probably cosmetic surgery like a tummy tuck. Of course, is finding softball-sized pieces of flesh with a tattoo still on it a sensible theory for cosmetic surgery? Not really. Likewise, if that was the case, then these people are probably not victims and are conceivably still out there alive. And if it was illegal surgery, then they just don't want to come forward because of that. So we're left with the question, whose skin was found in the sewers and why was it there? Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Now we're at the part of the video that many of the longtime viewers will be familiar with, that being the small mystery roundup. It's here that I take mysteries where there's not a lot of information about, or the ones that just don't really fit, and put them into a small collection. First, we'll start with autoscopy. Have you ever wondered what the world would look like from a different perspective? Or maybe wanted to view yourself from an outside perspective? Strangely, this is something mankind has wondered about for a long time. Actually, since the dawn of man. You can go back through time and find tons of folk tales and myths that surround the phenomenon, and that's because so many people have actually experienced it, and it's known as autoscopy, where an individual perceives their surrounding environment from a place outside their own body. This is a mystery in the sense that scientists still don't know what causes it. We know from neurological research that it's basically hallucinations, but that's all we know. There are 6 different types of autoscopic phenomenon. The first is the one we just discussed, where you view yourself from an outside perspective. The next is autoscopy proper, which is where you don't leave your body, but you see your doppelganger. Negative autoscopy is where a person is unable to see the reflection in the mirror despite looking directly at it. Inner autoscopy is when a person hallucinates and sees their own internal organs. And finally, the most famous 2 types of autoscopy is the feeling of a presence when a person who is in good mental health, not on drugs, intoxicated, or fatigued, gets the overwhelming feeling that someone known or unknown is in the room with them. Finally, the most famous example is that of an out-of-body experience, which we're all very familiar with. As mentioned, research has shown that it's basically a hallucination, but why do people have them, as it's not widely understood. Some of the more common theories, though, are that of sleep deprivation, drug abuse, a mental illness like schizophrenia, as well as epilepsy. Next we have Arizona, Lost Content of Creepypasta. This one is about a creepypasta which is considered a classic and had two different versions, one being quite a bit longer with more detail. The story basically revolves around the author and his girlfriend driving to Arizona, where they encounter a gas station in the middle of the desert which is dark and creepy. It's here the author encounters a dark, ghostly entity in the store's basement. He is terrified and runs back to the car to find out his girlfriend had a similar paranormal experience while waiting on him. They flee the station, but the entity seems to follow them, appearing at their next stop, where it then tries to get into the car. After this, they keep getting hit with other disturbing things, like a radio broadcast which reads off names with a number, one of the names being that of his girlfriend. Then, they keep driving by the same gas station, like they're trapped in some paranormal cycle. They finally make it to the home of the friend of his girlfriend, and now his girlfriend has lost it, isolating herself in a closet. While the author keeps seeing other phenomena, he finally realizes he is trapped in a nightmare reality with no escape. This was a very brief summary of the remaining creepypasta. The longer, creepier version was lost, then found, then lost again, and remains lost to this day. Finally, we go with Gandalf.com, which is a mysterious website which features an eerie painting and message stating, "Gandalf is busy, please go away." If you click on the site, it reveals an email address to which you can send a message, but the owner of the site never replies. The earliest capture of this version of the site on the Wayback Machine is October 8th, 2000, and it's remained unchanged the entire time. But if you go back as far as 1998, the site name did exist as something totally different and belonged to a Mattel company offshoot, which is a Canadian telecommunications company, and was seemingly not connected to the Gandalf.com we know now. So who made it and what for? One suggestion, of course, was that it was an ARG, but after 20 years without an update, that's doubtful. There's also rumors about the site's creator, who is said to be a troubled man with delusions of grandeur, but that part is just a rumor. Others suggest that the person held on to the domain name as a personal keepsake. Maybe it holds sentimental value for some reason. Others think it's someone just holding on to the domain name in hopes of selling it later. Finally, some believe that it was just an abandoned project and the creator held on to it as part of their online history. Now let's get back to the show. "1927, a newspaper out of Warrington, England, would begin reporting on the sightings of a being that may or may not have been one of the most famous entities ever documented. Our story begins during the week of August 20th, when the newspaper recapping the week's events would tell of a very evil-looking man in a black suit that had been prowling around the area in a suspicious manner. This apparently had been reported to the authorities by many of the residents. But this was only the beginning, because this would be followed by what happened that Sunday, in the early morning hours when the whole neighborhood was awoken to the news that a ghost had been seen. Apparently, between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., a tall figure dressed all in white was seen passing along the streets, where it would completely disappear at times and then reappear. 2 women who had seen the event playing out even fainted over the sight. A few people in the neighborhood would rush out to do a cursory search, but found nothing. This couldn't hold a candle, though, to what was about to play out, because the news slowly crept around town all day, and now the whole area was on edge. This led to people from all over Warrington coming out to look for the ghost. There were said to be hundreds of people carrying shovels, brooms, bottles, knives, fire pokes, anything they could get their hands on. Many people were interviewed by the papers, who blew off the thought that it was a real ghost, and instead, they believed it was likely a prowler. The night wore on, and nothing really happened. That is, until 11 p.m., when the ghost made its appearance. Screams of, "There it is!" got the crowd excited, and people began rushing towards it. This ghost must have had a sense of humor, because he stood there, waving for them to follow him before he took off running down the street. The crowd continued to pursue him down an alley, and at this alley was a high wall, and it's here this so-called ghost placed its hands on top of the wall and then kinda sprang over it and to the other side and disappeared. And this is where our connection goes back to one of the most famous entities ever, because a woman would then cry out, "He jumped just like Spring-Heeled Jack." Now before I go any further, for the few of you that might not know, the Spring-Heeled Jack is a very famous entity, especially in England, where he was first sighted in 1837. He had a scary appearance, clawed hands, was very tall and thin, and his eyes were fire red, and he sometimes wore a black cloak, but most famously was his ability to make these huge leaps. Every time he was spotted and chased, he would get away by leaping over these big walls, so high that no normal man was able to do it. It caused a sensation in England in 1837 and 1838, and the sightings were still active up until 1847. It died down after this, with few sightings afterwards, and pretty much dried up by the early 20th century. Unless, of course, this was the return of the Spring-Heeled Jack. But let us get back to the story at hand, because the entity was not finished. Soon after he escaped the mob that had been looking for him, he would be spotted by a Mrs. Flanagan. She saw him standing across the road, wearing something white, and she cried out, "There he is!" The apparition she recorded was about 6 foot tall, covered head to foot with something white, with the only part visible being the eyes. Again, residents pursued it, and he ran down an alley, taking off his white covering, revealing that underneath he was wearing a dark suit. She thought he was also wearing galoshes, because she could hear the pit-pat as he ran away. That same night, another witness walking home with her husband seen the same individual in white, and she screamed, "Oh, a ghost!" Her husband would calmly state there's no such thing as ghost, only to turn around and see him and say, "My God, it is a ghost." He then took his wife's umbrella to attack it, but the entity ran down the alley and disappeared again. After this reporting, the newspaper began sending a reporter out every night for an hour or two after midnight, hoping to see the ghost, but they found nothing. Meanwhile, other newspapers were now getting in on the action, and they found similar accounts as well. Apparently, that same Sunday night at 10:15 p.m., about 45 minutes before he was spotted by the mob, a Miss May Evans was sewing when she heard a squeaking noise from the shed. It didn't scare her, but it did remind her to get up and make sure the door was locked. She sat back down, not thinking much of it, when her little brother said, "Look at the window." When Mrs. Evans did, she seen a face in the window covered in something white. He had his face pressed up against it, while a hand at the bottom of the window held a big electric torch, which lit up the entire kitchen. She took her little brother and ran out the other side of the home towards the neighbors. A search of the area once again revealed nothing. On top of this, several residents reported the dogs in the neighborhood barked for hours that night. By Tuesday, the sightings continued. One woman, a Mrs. Garner, and her husband would hear tapping on the window panes on the back side of the home, as well as a howling noise. Of course, she was freaking out, so the next day, Mr. Garner nailed up the back room window just to be safe. But the entity visited again the next night, and the Garners went out the following day to find finger marks all over the window where this person tried to get in. 2 days later, Mrs. Garner, who was probably still on edge, walked to the back room and saw something in the window that made her pause. Then a white light revealed a man she described as having a very large mouth and ugly face, before the being took off running. Neighbors once again came out and searched, but found nothing. But on down the street, a Mr. Dunn saw a man's head and shoulders pop up above his gate, like he was fooling around with it, trying to get in. Mr. Dunn would describe him as having an ugly face. He said the man, or thing that tried punching its way through the gate, failed and ran off. Curiously, the gate was about 5 foot 6 inches, and Mr. Dunn said this individual was only slightly taller, which does not match the description of the Spring-Heeled Jack, nor does it match any of the other documented sightings going on during this time. Regardless, Mr. Dunn opened the gate and pursued him, but lost him in the darkness. He later remarked he seemed to be gliding as he fled. He noted he wore a long white coat and never seen his feet. Later that night, a woman in bed would awaken to the sound of sizzling coming from downstairs. She awoke her husband, who went down to find a plate of freshly fried bacon, and he heard someone running out of the house and through the yard escaping. Of course, the residents were now on edge. Doors had extra locks put on, windows were nailed shut, men stayed home from work to protect their family. But what did the police think? Well, they actually thought it was somebody just playing pranks, and that the women were getting too wound up over it, causing a panic. Some even thought that the whole thing might have been born from a lost bet, as at least one witness reported she overheard the alleged ghost, which was being pursued at that time, yell to some other young men saying, "My time's up on Thursday," which made it seem like he's carrying out his end of a lost wager. In fact, one witness, a Mr. Frangleton, seen the ghost standing in the middle of his yard with his arms crossed, staring at him. When he called for his daughter to bring his shoes, he turned back around to see that the ghost had vanished. He did record, however, that the face was extremely ugly, and he was sure it was a mask, and he felt the eyes, which were green, seemed illuminated somehow, possibly from a thing he had on his chest, which resembled a light switch. Of course, the counter-argument to the theory that it was just some young man pranking people or doing it because he lost a bet is, it seems hard to believe that he just kept putting himself in harm's way like he did. There were many people still out carrying weapons in hopes of finding and assaulting him, or worse. It seems awful risky, not to mention he did leap a high wall to seemingly surprise bystanders who believed it was too high for a person to clear. To this day, some people include these sightings as the last part of the canonical Spring Hill Jack sightings, while others think that it was an entirely different entity altogether, while still some believe, like the police, it was nothing more than the work of a prankster. Eye contact is not only an important part of verbal communication in humans, but it serves as being extremely important when it comes to non-verbal communication as well. And it may be that reason that, for centuries, the eyes have been a source of intrigue and mystery for many people, with many legends and wild ideas popping up around them, just like the Sampaku eyes we discussed previously. But one idea that is maybe even wilder than that is optography. Wilhelm Kuhne is probably a name you are not familiar with, but he created a word that you have no doubt heard, that of enzyme. But it's his other research that lands him on this iceberg. Wilhelm was a German physiologist whose career spanned from 1856 to 1900, where his work mainly focused on the physiology of muscle, nerves, and vision. With the latter, he had become particularly interested and inspired by another physiologist, Franz Boll, who had discovered something called rhodopsin in 1876. Now rhodopsin, known better as visual purple, is a light-sensitive protein that is found in the retina of your eyes, which helps you see in low light conditions. It absorbs what light is available and triggers a signal to your brain, letting you perceive images even in the dimness. This photosensitive pigment in your eyes, Wilhelm believed, under ideal circumstances, could be fixed like a photographic negative, so he soon began testing, not on humans at first, obviously, instead on animals. He eventually refined the process where he came up with the chemicals needed to fix the image on the retina, which he called optograms. His most successful one he would get from a rabbit whose head had been fastened to look at a barred window. The bunny's head was then covered for several minutes to allow visual purple to accumulate on the retina, and was then uncovered for 3 minutes to expose it to light. And then, he was decapitated by Wilhelm, and the eyeball was taken out and sliced top to bottom. The rear half of the eye was put into a chemical solution, which resulted in a distinct image of barred windows, as you can see here. This excited Wilhelm, and now he wanted to find a human subject, although I'm not sure how many volunteers were excited to be decapitated. But it would not matter, because in 1880, A. Erhard Gustav Reif was set to be executed on November 16th for the murder of his own children. After the guillotine struck, the eyes were taken out and sent to Wilhelm at the University of Heidelberg, where he went about dissecting them in a darkened room. After 10 minutes, Wilhelm came out with his less than exciting discovery. On the left retina, he found an image that did not appear to match anything at the time of Erhard's death, although some would claim that it matched the outline of the guillotine's blade. And it's also possible the experiment floundered because Erhard had been blindfolded at the time of the beheading. But that wasn't the only issue. The actual focal point of the image of the retina is tiny, which made it difficult for Wilhelm to extract an image, versus the many rabbits and frogs that he had so much success with. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, Erhard would be the only human test subject for optography, and the original image from that experiment has been lost to time, and we're left only with the crude drawing created by Wilhelm. But we're really just getting to the interesting part of optography. Think back. This is the Victorian era, height of Jack the Ripper, Scotland Yard, Sherlock Holmes. Well, it was during all that, police investigators began to wonder if they could use optography to help solve murder cases. I mean, wouldn't it be great if you could see what the last thing was, the victim scene? Then nailing the murderer would be easy. But this wasn't exactly a new idea, because in 1877, the Berlin police had photographed the eyes of a murder victim on the chance at some point they could use it to solve the crime. But we fast forward a bit to London police detective Walter Dew, famous for being involved in the hunt for Jack the Ripper, who would admit years later on to having used an optography on victim Mary Jane Kelly in a desperate hope to finally catch the Ripper. Other Ripperologists since then have speculated that optography was also used on Annie Chapman. And if you're thinking that this is one of those cases where science just wasn't advanced enough to outright discredit Wilhelm, then think again. Because American physician and someone who had assisted Wilhelm in his lab, W.C. Ayres, straight up dismissed optography, claiming that the images produced were not distinct enough to be useful, and that even in the best circumstances, the retina of a person who had met sudden death would produce basically useless images. And the science and theory began to slowly fade away into history, especially once Wilhelm passed away in 1900. But it would be 24 years later that optography was successfully used as evidence in a murder trial, the first and only time, after German merchant Fritz Angerstein killed 8 members of his family and household staff. A professor at the University of Cologne would photograph the retinas of 2 victims and claimed he was able to produce the images of Angerstein's face holding an axe, and in at least one of the murders, Fritz did indeed use an axe. Now this would be used as evidence, and Fritz was convicted and executed. However, it should be noted that, according to at least one newspaper covering the trial, when Fritz was told of the incriminating optograms, he just confessed to all the murders. So it's not like they were actually used as evidence or anything. But we fast forward to 1975, when research was reopened on the idea of optography, and the University of Heidelberg would look into Wilhelm's findings and did experiments with modern techniques and equipment. They found that, like Wilhelm, they could also produce a number of distinct images from the eyes of rabbits, but they were able to once and all conclusively rule out any actual use of it as a forensic tool. And although it was ruled out as a crime-fighting tool, optography did find a home in pop culture, as it has appeared in different forms of media. For example, a short story written by H.P. Lovecraft, the Doctor Who television series, and the Wild Wild West film. In fact, it was so popular in fiction in the early 20th century that murderers would sometimes destroy the victim's eyes to prevent them capturing the image on their retinas. This happened as late as 1955. The name George Ellery Hale may not mean anything to you unless you have a big interest in science and outer space, but George, an American astrophysicist who lived from 1868 to 1938, is best known for not only the discovery of magnetic fields and sunspots, but also known more for his planning and construction of several of the world's most important telescopes, as well as playing a key role in developing the California Institute of Technology as one of the leading space research universities in the country, so he was an incredibly smart guy, so much so that even Einstein was impressed. But just how did George come up with all these ideas? Was Einstein helping him? Did he just have a good team of researchers? Or was he just ahead of his time? Or maybe he received regular visits from an elf that advised him. Yeah, apparently George would have this elf show up pretty often, who would advise him on the best placements to put telescope observatories, as well as sharing technological information and building plans with him. Or at least, according to one of his biographers, Helen Wright, she would record that George was a workaholic because of a condition he was thought to have called hypomania, which causes a person to have revved up energy or activity level. This often left him suffering from burnout, and finally, he could take it no more in 1911, and he decided to go to Europe for a little rest. It was while in southern France he started going through a severe bout of depression that he later called a breakdown, when this little man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, advising him on several things. The appearance of the man caused a ringing in George's ears. After this first visit, he would appear often in various places. George would even refer to him as a mascot. But years after Helen published this, skeptics and defenders of George would come out and claim that the stories of the elf entity all came from a misunderstanding, and they proceeded to sweep the whole thing away. But what was this misunderstanding? Well, that goes back to Helen's source. See, she was given complete access to several boxes of material about George's life and career by none other than George's widow, who encouraged Helen to write his biography, as well as being very supportive of her. But it's in this box of documents, Helen came across a letter that George had written to an author and friend, Richard Goodwin. It was this letter that Helen used as the source for the story of the elf making the visits. However, that's not exactly what the letter said. Upon closer inspection, George never said an elf visited him. Instead, he wrote, a little demon visited him. In fact, the exact quote is, "Until I got back from Egypt, I was able to read, with pleasure, a great variety of books. But now, I can't keep my mind on the subject, as a little demon stands by my side and every few minutes prods me with the suggestion that, after all, the book is not interesting, and that all my attention belongs to him. How to escape this new form of torture, I do not know." So the skeptics of this claim stated that the little demon was meant to be taken figuratively, not literally. But what really makes this one stand out is, George did have real psychological problems, along with neurological ones. He dealt with ongoing insomnia, as well as headaches and depression. There's also the allegations he had schizophrenia, which is also heavily disputed. Regardless of how much is true, George would occasionally take time off and check himself into a mental hospital where he would stay for months at a time. His mental health got so bad at one point that he eventually had to resign from his role of director at an observatory, and he would actually pass away at the sanitarium. So he obviously had some real mental health issues, which brings me back to Helen Wright's claims. Yeah, maybe she took that letter the wrong way, but that's not all that she cited. She also claimed that remarks made by one of George's physicians, a Dr. Leland Honeycutt, backed up the elf story, which brings us to theories, which George Hale, one of the best scientific minds of the 20th century, tormented by some elf-like being, or maybe a demonic elf, or was he suffering a psychotic breakdown and hallucinated this individual, or, as the skeptics claim, it was all the case of a mistaken biographer. This next strange obscure mystery comes from a now defunct website that actually copy-pasted a story from the also defunct paranormal section of About.com, a site we have visited many times thus far. The writer of this article is Stephen Wagner, a paranormal researcher and writer who is still active to this day, but came to prominence with his writing on About.com. This story is told by Stephen on that page, and it's told in the first-person point of view, but since Wagner is a researcher and usually wrote articles about paranormal phenomena that people sent in to him, I'm going to assume that is what happened here, because we have no name that is cited by Wagner, nor the other website the story was featured on. With that out of the way, the story starts with the anonymous person driving through a desert part of a northern state, which one this person does not name. But all of a sudden this person, that I'm going to assume is a male, would be struck with an insanely crazy sight. He's seen these lizard-like beings 2 to 3 feet high standing near the sides of the gravel road the author was on. He would cite they looked intelligent, and not exactly like lizards, nor did they even look animal. Instead, they were just really ugly. They continued to follow him with their heads and eyes before he began to panic and sped up to get out of there. Then, as he increased with speed, the road he was driving on turned to a light brown packed earth drive, and all of a sudden, the trees around him were different. And not just a little. These were trees he had never seen before. They were colored oddly and had curly leaves and vines that smelled funny, which he could smell through the rolled down window. If that wasn't enough, he now seen these small, squat, human-like individuals on the sides of the trail working, and they were not paying attention to him. Instead, they were picking up these big triangular fruits and hitting them with sticks, but they began to look at him and shook their heads as if he had made some kind of mistake. It scared this person so much that he wet his pants. He then stomped the accelerator and got out of there, driving until he finally reached a place where everything was normal again. And that's pretty much it. A very small story that leaves us with more questions than anything else. Like exactly what kind of experience was this? As it is entitled on the iceberg, Stephen Wagner's time slip to reptilian future, the theory is that this person, whoever he or she was, somehow ended up in a far future or alternate reality where reptilians now rule the earth. But how would this happen? As we have mentioned before in this series, it is theorized by many scientists that we are living in one of numerous dimensions, where each one could be very similar or incredibly different. How to get to these other dimensions is a matter of debate, but one idea often theorized, especially in fiction, is that of a portal opening up spontaneously and a person inadvertently going through it and either traveling to an alternate dimension or traveling to the far future, which also kind of fits the next theory of a reality glitch, an event where all the basic rules of reality are thrown out the window and anything goes. But what about some more grounded theories? Well, of course, one is he entered an altered state of consciousness, possibly from taking a drug, or it's even possible this individual fell asleep for just a few seconds and dreamed the whole thing, only to awake and realize he was still on the road driving. He may have even been suffering from highway hypnosis, which can occur when someone has been behind the wheel for a good distance. Finally, perhaps this was nothing more than a fictional account sent to Stephen. (2003) Wellington, New Zealand. RNZ, or Radio New Zealand, senior music producer David McCall would suffer a setback that I imagine is very frustrating. As he made his way to his car, he would walk up to see someone had broken out the window. He immediately peeked inside to see his briefcase had been stolen. He of course notified police, who would begin an investigation, and just 3 days later, he got a phone call from them telling him, "We've got your briefcase, you can come and get it." After getting there, he was told that someone had brought the briefcase in after finding it sitting at the harbor. Where exactly was unknown, but the briefcase did have seawater in it, and the documents were all soggy. But at least he got his briefcase back, right? Well, yeah, but it was missing one key thing: David's security card, which allowed him access to the Wellington Town Hall and the Michael Fowler Center, a local concert hall. Although I'm sure David had no problem in getting a new security card, he would be a little bit perplexed when he received his old one in the mail 21 years later. And where it came from was even more bizarre. But first, we have to go back to 2016, 13 years after David lost his card. A man named Rod Budd, a diver for the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research, or NIWA for short, was working with some other researchers on the seafloor at Cape Evans. He would see what he thought was a credit card at the bottom, but it was too dark to tell, so he picked it up and put it in his pocket to look at when he surfaced, because in this area of the ocean, there's not a lot of debris, and he had only came across a handful of items in his career. Once he surfaced, he cleaned the card to see David's name, as well as seeing that it was a Radio New Zealand security card. He thought, well, I should probably send this back to him, but once he returned, he'd end up being one of those things like, I'll do it tomorrow. because Rod would sit on the card for 8 more years until he finally got around to mailing it in 2024, although other sources claim that it just took Rob that long to track David down. Regardless, it's one thing for David's card to have been stolen along with his briefcase, and it's another thing that it was even found on a random dive in the ocean. But what is really super crazy is the location. Yeah, this happened about 12 miles off the coast where New Zealand's Scott Base is located, in Antarctica. Hence the reason why those divers rarely see any items on the seafloor. So how in the world did this card end up almost 2,500 miles away, under 6.5 feet of ice at the bottom of the ocean? That is the mystery. And you may assume, well, it rode the ocean currents, but NIWA principal scientist Craig Stevens noted that the chances of that were, in his words, infinitesimally small. He would even map out the potential journey it would have to make, starting with sinking below the underwater canyons of Wellington's harbor, entering the western boundary current, past Samoa, head towards the North Pacific, then through Indonesia, crossing the Antarctic circumpolar current, before reaching Cape Evans, which would take about 1,000 years. Because of that, Craig believed it almost certainly had become attached to something that could float, where the currents of the surface are much quicker, albeit unpredictable. But even this was a stretch, as Craig admitted that in that scenario, it would still have to travel around the globe multiple times, and he hazarded a guess that it could be done in 13 years, which is how long it took for the card to be discovered. Finally, is the most likely theory that it was taken by someone to this location, where it was then discarded. But considering this place is so remote, and basically off limits to everyone but scientists, then how was it done? Of course, it's also been proposed that it was packed there by an animal. What type and how it did is still unknown. The forums of Forteana.org is a site where users come together to discuss Fortean phenomena. Sometimes this is ghosts, or cryptids, or even UFOs. The site's name is taken from Charles Fort, one of the early and most influential paranormal researchers and writers, but it's in this thread entitled Strange Folk Not Obviously Human. The user Crouton1198 would share a bizarre story in May of 2005. According to him, one day at work, he and a few other employees were sharing paranormal stories when one of the co-workers would state that he and a friend of his, along with his friend's young daughter, were walking down a country road one day when all of a sudden, on the side of the road, standing about 3 feet off the ground, was a gnome-like being ringing a bell. And even stranger, this bell did not make a noise, or at least, not one they could hear. The gnome would even catch sight of the three, prompting him to vanish. The trio continued walking, not taking note of what had just happened, until a little further down the road, when the little girl questioned, "Who was that funny little man?" And her father replied, "Yeah, who was that funny little man?" And that's basically it on this one. The poster would state he lost touch with this former co-worker as he had not spoken to him in over 20 years, which puts this story taking place sometime before 1985. Although he couldn't remember a description of this gnome individual, the story of the hovering bell gnome stuck with him ever since. Another strange one here, with little to go on for a theory. The author of the post wondered if the trio were looking through a dimensional portal or something. Maybe that's why they could see the gnome, but not hear him. Of course, you can probably add some of the theories we discussed earlier too, like a glitch in the Matrix, or maybe his coworker had been tripping on drugs or something, or even more likely, his coworker was just pulling his leg, or maybe the author of the post made the whole story up. Sometimes on this iceberg, we get these incredibly obscure mysteries where there is so little information that it's almost impossible to cover. And that's what we get in this next one, when in 1969, the Sunday World News, a publication in Ireland, would tell of a story of a 16-year-old girl and her brother trespassing on the property of Gill Hall, a fairly famous estate built in Northern Ireland in the mid-1700s. By this point though, the property had long since been abandoned, but it was this day that these unnamed teenagers would spot something that looked like a balloon floating towards them. The balloon then strangely began to transform into the figure of a fat man with short hair that appeared to be wearing a white gown. The two frightened teens then fled the property, and that's basically it. No more info, even though the story was reprinted 3 years later in a book called Psychic Phenomena in Ireland by Sheila St. Clair. There's not any more details or follow-up that I could find. However, in doing a little research on this old estate, which has since been torn down, I found that Gill Hall had a long history of being haunted. Actually, one of the most famous ghost stories in Ireland's history took place there. It starts with a John Loophole and Nicola Sophia Hamilton, both orphans and by some accounts, cousins, that were taken in and raised by a deist, who instilled in them a belief that although God created the world, nature was in charge. It was this teaching that directly contradicted the Christian education they received at school. So the two teenagers, seemingly confused by all this, made a pact that whomever died first would try to find a way to come back and tell the others if there was truly an afterlife or not. Unfortunately for John, he would be the first to receive that opportunity in October of 1693. Nicola, now known as Lady Beresford, just happened to be staying at Gill Hall that October when she awoke one night to see the ghost of John standing by her bed. He informed her that he was now dead and that there was indeed an afterlife. Of course, Nicola was startled and assumed she was dreaming, so she asked this ghost to give her a token that she would see upon awaking that would let her know this was real and not a dream. With that, John took his icy fingers and left a permanent mark on Nicola's skin, as well as leaving a handprint on a cabinet by the bed. He finally eerily told her she would die on her 47th birthday, and then he disappeared. The next morning, when Nicola awoke, sure enough, she discovered the mark on her wrist and a handprint on the cabinet. She was stunned to see it was not a dream. This obviously left her feeling unsettled the entire morning, and it only got worse because when the mail was delivered the next day, a letter arrived from John's steward announcing John had passed away. This greatly unnerved Nicola, who assumed since everything else came true, that the prediction of her dying on her 47th birthday must also come true. So fast forward those 20 years to Nicola's 47th birthday, and nothing happened, which must have brought her a lot of relief. However, it would be the following year on her birthday, she would throw a party with the family and excuse herself to go to another room, where she was found dead just a few minutes later. Now, was this a fictional account? An urban legend? Well, I was able to find that Nicola Sophia Hamilton did in fact exist, and her death date lines up with this story. I can only find one record of a John Loophole, but he died over 100 years before this story even took place, so I'm unsure if there's just no record available for the John Loophole in this story, or if he never existed. Regardless, it's after all these events that Gill Hall gained its haunted reputation. In fact, according to the legend, allegedly, numerous people that stayed there over the centuries would report hearing strange noises and thumping on walls at all times of the night. Although, there are no actual records of this or the witnesses. But let's fast forward to the year of our mystery, in 1969, when these two unnamed teenagers supposedly seen a balloon that changed into a fat man with short hair wearing a gown. Well, it wasn't long after this sighting that the old abandoned home partially burned and then would be demolished by the army. But exactly who was this man, or this spirit? Was it possibly John, or another entity, or just another finely woven tale to add to the legend of Gill Hall? Between May 1918 and October 1919, a serial killer haunted the city of New Orleans. This man would become known as the Axeman. He mainly targeted Italian immigrants and Italian Americans. To be more specific, usually ones that were connected to grocery stores. The murders followed a common theme. Usually, the killer would remove a panel from the back door of a home with a chisel, then attack the residents with what he could find on hand, typically an axe. But a couple of times, he used a straight razor. The attacks were particularly vicious. Seeing how he never took anything from the home, robbery was not the motive, and since the days of the murder, armchair sleuths have tried to come up with a theory as to what made him do this. One was that he was a sadist and the killings were sexually motivated, only killing male victims when they stood in the way of him attempting to assault a woman. The second, more plausible theory was mafia-related killings. New Orleans was home to the first official mafia family in the US, and at the time, the mob was using grocery stores as fronts for rackets and extortions. This would explain why every case, except for one, involved someone who was connected to an Italian grocery store. Some crime buffs have actually connected the Axeman to murders as early as 1910 and as late as 1922. However, these are disputed, and the Axeman is only officially connected to the murders of 1918 and 1919. He's most famous for allegedly writing and telling the people of New Orleans that if they played jazz music in their home on a particular night, he would spare them. However, the letter was never confirmed as being from the real Axeman. While it's almost a given that the vast majority of people in New Orleans didn't play music in their home that night, there were significant amounts of people scared enough to do so, as well as the numerous dance halls that spread out over the city. The crime spree would stop as quickly as it started, and although there's been conjecture over a person of interest named Joseph Mumfree, no real suspects have ever been identified. October 25th, 1838, a 39-year-old man named David W. Patton, who was an early leader in the Latter-day Saints movement and member of the Quorum of 12, would be involved in a skirmish called the Battle of Crooked River, a part of the 1838 Mormon War, and it's at this engagement that David Patton would be killed, and this would normally go down as nothing more than a footnote in history, if not for one odd thing that would come out in 1900, some 62 years later, when Patton's biography was published, and it reprinted a letter from a man named Abraham O. Smoot to Joseph F. Smith, 6th president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now, Smoot was a Mormon missionary and future mayor of Salt Lake City and Provo, and it's in that letter that Smoot would report a bizarre claim told to him by David Patton. He would tell while on a mission to Tennessee, he was riding his mule when a strange being began walking beside him for around 2 miles. This being was tall, with his head reaching even with Patton's shoulders, who was on a mule at that point, and this strange individual wore no clothing, but instead was covered with hair, and its skin was very dark. It told Patton he had no home and was cursed to life on earth as a wanderer. He also relayed to him that he was a very miserable creature that sought death, but could not die, and his mission was to destroy the souls of men. Patton would rebuke him in the name of Jesus and commanded him to get out of his sight, to which the creature did. Now, this account may sound similar to some of you that have read the Bible, because the story sounds a lot like it may have been Cain that he met. And on the off chance you're not familiar, Cain, from the Bible, the son of Adam, killed his brother Abel and out of guilt sought death for it, but was denied by God and given the mission to destroy the souls of men. But let's look at the other part of Patton's account. He described this creature as being tall as his shoulders while he was on the back of a mule, which probably puts him at about 7 to 8 foot tall. But that wasn't all. This being was also not wearing clothes and was a hairy-like beast with dark skin. Doesn't that sound like Bigfoot? Yep, that brings us to the theory that Bigfoot, aka Sasquatch, is actually Abel's brother, Cain, punished to an eternal existence of walking the earth, destroying the souls of men. And while this sounds outlandish at first, it would explain the number of sightings popping up all over the world, and how he just appears and disappears at will. Or it might even be that Bigfoot/Cain is omnipotent and has several versions of himself appearing all over the world at once. But what to actually make of the theory itself? It's important to note that Patton never refers to this being as Bigfoot. Actually, even though this letter wasn't published until 1900, it would be another 80 years before anyone connected it to Bigfoot, after a number of Sasquatch sightings occurred in South Weber, Utah. There's also the fact that in Genesis, Cain is never cursed with immortality. He's only cursed with a mark to prevent others from killing him. Finally, the biggest weakness in the theory is the fact that This account was written 65 years after the events even happened, and even then, it was only a second-hand account. There's no records left behind by Patton that details this encounter, but it is worth noting, 2 other early church members also recorded seeing Cain, one a E. Wesley Smith, and the other a Horace Rawson, who seen a very strange man in Nauvoo in 1847 that he said fit the description of Cain. The sun, Earth's personal star in the sky that keeps us warm and enables plant growth to fulfill our vegetation needs, as well as pretty much doing everything else that keeps everything on Earth alive, since, lucky for us, we live in the so-called Goldilocks zone where it's not too cold or not too hot. But what if none of that is true at all? What if the powers that be are hiding the real truth from us? The truth that the sun is actually made of ice. Yes, according to this theory, proposed by a user at the Colli.com forums named Messworld, whom upon reading the Spanish version of Google News outside of the USA, and therefore outside the grasp of the NSA censorship, he saw a curious story, which detailed a scandal between Spain and the United States that came about because a group of Spanish solar research scientists were working on behalf of the Spanish government, and it led to them hacking into NASA's computers. Oh, and they done this only as a last resort. But upon getting into the systems, Messworld claimed Spanish scientists found proof covered up by NASA in which there was ice found on the sun. Messworld would then begin scouring for the English version of the story, but according to him, Google had hidden it at the behest of the US, and then the next day, it disappeared from the Spanish news as well. He then turns to the theory of code fusion, which is a hypothesized type of nuclear reaction that would occur at or near room temperature in contrast of hot fusion, which takes place within stars and hydrogen bombs. If NASA did discover ice on the sun, then it would point to the viability of code fusion, and the idea that the sun is an icy system producing code fusion energy would also give the US motive to cover up such information in the name of potential military advantage of such technology. Messworld would go on to bring up the sub-zero temperature of outer space, comparing it to being like that of Siberia, with the only heat being what we feel on the Earth, and that NASA for decades has covered up the fact that there is no heat in space whatsoever, in spite of the fact that this giant ball of fire we allegedly see. But it gets crazier. He would continue to argue that the light itself is not hot, that it's really just a ball of light, as well as being hollow on the inside, like Earth, meaning an advanced civilization is living inside. These people operate a holographic display of visual effects which we perceive as the sun. They did this as an attempt to deter humans who are warlike, and who would be afraid of the immense heat that this fake sun would project, and they would stay away. Our heat instead comes about because of friction. As the Earth rotates, it creates friction due to the sun's magnetic pull. This friction causes the centrifugal force, and this is where the real heat is located. When the light of the sun is projected onto this field, this spreads the heat on the surface of the Earth, and this heat is only felt inside of the Earth's atmosphere, and not outside in outer space. Pretty simple, right? Of course, there's no real proof for this, and it's just seen as pseudoscience. As far as to why space is cold, the sun doesn't contribute to any increase in temperature until it hits something and warms it up, and since space is empty, it doesn't heat up. (1970), Bakersfield, California. A woman named Wanda Lockwood was playing with her little son in his bedroom when she would be disturbed by a very unsettling sound. She would describe hearing what sounded like a large steel hammer striking the concrete basement floor 3 times. It was so loud that it caused her young son Danny to start crying. As unsettling as it was for Wanda, it was not exactly new. In fact, several months earlier, she had heard a similar noise, only on that occasion it was beneath her living room floor. Wanda was now very curious as to what was making the noises under her home, so she got down and put her ear to the bedroom floor and listened closely. and she heard a bizarre noise. Down from below, she heard the roar of machinery, probably not something she expected. Wanda wanted to know exactly what was going on, so she got an idea and grabbed a hammer and began to pound on the bedroom floor in a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 like manner for about 5 minutes, when all of a sudden, something or someone began to tap back in the same fashion. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. After these noises, she began to hear knocking around and then began to faintly hear sounds of men talking to one another. The voices were too muffled to make out what they were saying, but she could hear them. Over the following months, she would hear the machinery off and on when she put her ear to the floor, but she never heard the voices again. So this is another one that we have precious little information available. What we do know comes from an issue of Fate magazine of April 1972, a US magazine that covers the paranormal. So theories are scarce, but I mean, the obvious one is that it was a total fictional account sent into Fate magazine. I mean, I was unable to find a Wanda Lockwood from that area and that time period, but let's say it wasn't faked. Well, then the theories vary a little. Maybe the woman did hear sounds from the basement, like plumbing or something, although I imagine there should never be a sound like a large steel hammer hitting concrete on the basement floor, which also begs the question, when she put her ear down to the floor and heard the machinery and the men talking, why didn't she just walk down to the basement to see what it was? That part doesn't make sense. Other possibilities include that she could have just heard work being performed in the neighborhood somewhere else, and the sound just reverberated up into the basement. In the heart of central western Queensland, near Longreach, Australia, lies a very bizarre natural feature that left residents unnerved about a century ago. From the 1890s to the 1940s, several newspapers would carry a story about a mysterious pond called the Wilga Waterhole. It's here the domesticated animals brought to the area to drink began to act scared out of their minds, panicking, refusing to partake of the water or even get near it. But that's only the minor part of this story, because the real eerie part of this watering hole is that of the noise that comes from the area. According to a 1941 newspaper article, a couple living nearby the waterhole heard a horrible wailing sound that seemed to come from the pond itself. It lasted for a few seconds, first sounding far off, but within a few seconds, the pitch got louder and louder. It sounded like wailing and screaming made by several people, nothing animal or bird-like. Some have described it as sounding devilish or unearthly, but this incident is not the only one. In fact, going back as far as 1890, there was at least one account where 3 sheep shearers decided to camp near the watering hole, ignoring the warning from locals, only for the same scream to wake them around midnight, shaking them up so bad they fled without any of their supplies. There's also been other accounts over the years, and theories about its origins have varied as well. Of course, there's obviously the paranormal ones, like a story of a young man that died of thirst near the waterhole, leaving his whimper to echo throughout the area to this day. There's also darker ones, like a young Aboriginal servant boy sent to retrieve horses, only to be killed by wild boars and his screams for help going unanswered. Another story tells of a woman that killed her infant and her ghost screams in remorse haunting the location to this day. Of course, there's also the more mundane theories too, such as the powerful owl. No, that's not a description. It's an owl native to Australia, literally called the powerful owl, whose screech might be what people really heard. It's even possible that a subterranean river in the area causes the noise, which happens when water rushes through down below and in turn causes a shrieking-like sound. Beginning on August 24, 2018, citizens living in the recently annexed Crimea would begin to notice something odd occurring to their vehicles. They were finding these oily rust-colored coatings settling onto their cars, and it wasn't just their vehicles. These same coatings were found on roofs and basically any kind of metallic surfaces. The oily substance was even found on jewelry and cookware, while leaves on trees began to quickly wither and fell off in spite of the fact that it was not autumn, while other citizens even reported seeing noxious clouds. It wasn't long before the citizens on the Ukrainian side of the border experienced the same issues, leaving the Ministry of Health to at least acknowledge the events by stating that they had received numerous reports of people experiencing respiratory difficulties and discomfort in their throats along with allergic reactions. It got so bad that breathing masks were distributed, although it didn't help. Making matters worse was when the humidity rose. This same chemical substance would burn your skin. Within the first few days of this, people began to suspect that it had been the Kersey Titan plant, one of the largest producers of titanium dioxide on the European continent. It's typically used in paint, plastics, paper, and sunscreen. Of course, the Kersey Titan plant denied everything, like Russia typically does, but strangely enough, it wasn't long after this denial, the representatives immediately shut down the plant for 2 weeks, as they said they had a high concentration of sulfur dioxide which had been detected. Russia would claim it was all the fault of Ukraine, who stopped the water flow to the plant, but no one is sure to this day what actually caused it. Now we're at the part of the video I like to call Small Mystery Roundup. First, we start with the Tamagotchi suicides, which is a creepypasta that revolved around the Tamagotchi, a virtual pet released by Bandai in 1996, quickly becoming a global phenomenon. It allowed users to simulate the life cycle of a pet from birth to death. Children and adults alike became deeply attached to these digital creatures, leading to a widespread popularity, so much so that some schools banned it because of its distraction it caused. The toy required regular care, and its high demand led to supply shortages. As the craze grew, the emotional attachment to it took a dark turn, or at least, according to this creepypasta, that stated several people would take their own lives after their virtual pets died. The jumping Frenchman illness is an extremely rare disorder characterized by an unusually extreme startled reaction. This reaction is a natural occurrence and is a rapid involuntary response to a sudden or unexpected stimulus. Although startled reaction is a normal human response, individuals with this disorder are exaggerated or abnormal. Symptoms usually begin after puberty. Individuals affected by this disorder display an abnormal and exaggerate startled reactions consisting of jumping, screaming, flailing of the arms, hitting, or throwing objects. It can be caused by things such as unexpected noises, sudden gestures, or unexpected physical contact, such as a sudden poke in the ribs. After a statement, affected individuals may repeat backwards or phrases in a parrot-like manner, or they may involuntarily mimic or imitate movements or gestures. Some swear or utter obscene words or phrases. Some exhibit automatic or forced obedience after being startled, which they then automatically respond to simple commands such as jump, run, or hit. The symptoms decrease in frequency as the individuals age. The exact cause is unknown, although some speculate it could be a neurological disorder, while others think it is a cultural conditioning thing. Soma is a ritual drink referenced in the Rig Veda, one of the oldest sacred texts of Hinduism. It's the earliest reference to the use of fungi as a medicinal substance, which was the key ingredient. This intoxicating drink was believed to grant divine powers and was prepared from the toxic fly agaric mushroom, which contains psychoactive compounds. These compounds target the brain's receptors, leading to states of euphoria and hallucination, though not without side effects such as sweating, nausea, and twitching. The Committee of 300 is a conspiracy theory that once again points the finger at this powerful group of individuals, 300 of them, that rule the world via politics, commerce, banking, media, and military. Only this time, the twist is, it was founded by the British aristocracy in 1727. The theory got started by a German politician in 1909, a Walter Rathenau, who being interviewed by a newspaper claimed 300 men, all of whom know one another, guide the economic destinies of the continent and seek their successors from their own milieu. Now, according to him, this was an attack on the oligarchy. However, some people took this chance to imply that he was actually talking about Jewish people, and it kinda spiraled out of control after that. The theory was written about 1997 in a book called The Conspirators' Hierarchy, The Committee of 300, written by John Coleman. But it's not really so much about these alleged 300 powerful individuals, and more just like an excuse to hate on certain groups, while simultaneously listing his source as, "Just trust me, bro." The Monster Eats 15 Miners in Dixonville, Pennsylvania is an internet legend about an alleged mine disaster that happened in Dixonville, Pennsylvania in 1944, where these underground creatures, or cannibalistic humanoids, allegedly attacked and killed miners. The story was odd in the fact that it seemed pretty authentic, but it's really just a complete fabrication and an early version of creepypasta, as it most likely can be traced back to paranormal and UFO websites in the late 1990s. Now, let's get back to the program. On September 8, 1863, 8-year-old George Albright was playing on a beach at Sandy Cove, Nova Scotia, when he discovered an odd sight. In the sand lay a swarthy young man with both legs amputated just above the knees. George would go to get help, and 2 farmers would come back to help take the castaway back to town. Residents would begin to question this man, but he didn't reply, so they speculated he did not speak English. They would eventually ask him his name, and he would mumble something that resembled Jerome, and this is what he would become known as. After looking over Jerome more, they realized that his amputation had been done by a skilled surgeon. Even more bizarre was they were only partially healed, as they were found to still be bandaged. He also suffered from hypothermia from being left out on the beach overnight. People from all over the area would travel to see him in his sickbed. Different languages were tried in efforts to communicate with the man as well: French, Latin, Italian, and Spanish. Yet, he did not understand or just refused to communicate, although he would sometimes growl like a dog at unwanted guests. He was described as Mediterranean in appearance, while his hands were noted as being too soft for manual labor. George's parents did not have the money to support another person in their home, so Jerome would bounce from house to house for a while until this Baptist community somehow come up with the thought that Jerome must have came from a Catholic background. It's because of this they would send him to the neighboring French community of Michigan. It was at this point the Nova Scotia government would provide a $2 a week stipend to support Jerome. The community would eventually send him to stay with a man named Jean-Nicolas, who also spoke several languages. He would keep Jerome in his home for the next 7 years, and Jerome spoke very little, although he was able to speak a few fragmented sentences. He revealed he had came over on a vessel named the Colombo. He would next move in with Zedir and Zabeth Camo in St. Alfonso de Clare near Michigan. It was here that the Camos took advantage of his fame, charging admission fees to see the mystery man. A couple of theories about this man and how he ended up on the beach with recent amputations have been proposed ever since. One suggestion was that he was in line for a big inheritance, and someone did away with him so they could be the sole inheritor instead. Yet, it doesn't make sense as to why they wouldn't just kill him. Some thought he could have been a wounded officer from a European war, or perhaps even the Civil War in the United States. One of the bigger questions is why Jerome was unable to walk, and it's thought he suffered a stroke from the hypothermia damaging a part of his brain. Finally, a theory in 2008 stated that on the other side of the Bay of Fundy in Chipman, New Brunswick, in the year 1859, just 4 years before Jerome was discovered on the beach, a man fell through river ice. He developed gangrene in both legs due to the accident and had to have them amputated. Upon waking, the man kept saying Gambi, which he was probably trying to say Gamba, which meant leg in Italian. Here he became known as Gambi. It's thought that Gambi became too much of a burden for the people of Chipman, and it was rumored that someone in town paid a passing ship to transport him away. The captain could have possibly just sailed to the opposite side of the bay to Nova Scotia and dropped him off on Sandy Cove. In fact, several witnesses stated it was the same person. However, to this day, no one is for sure. Kenneth Burnett, a man living in Katoomba, New South Wales, Australia, was in for a heck of a bizarre experience after what should have been a very nondescript drive. Now when this occurred, I cannot say, as the book that it's featured in, Great Australian Mysteries 2 by John Pinky, never gives a timeline, but since the book was published in 2006, it had to happen before then. According to Kenneth, who would later take the story public, he and his wife were traveling down the highway from Tamworth to Armadale when they suddenly came across a detour sign which directed them off onto a side road. This road was very narrow and had poplar trees running along it, which made it even stranger that the sun was out and yet these trees, nor car, cast a shadow. They would continue driving, not really focusing too much on that oddity, but they would soon encounter other strangeness. When they came to a tunnel, or what they thought was a tunnel, they would notice the roof was very low. They entered anyways and drove a long time until they finally exited the tunnel to a road that took them back to the highway. But it gets weirder. As dusk approached, Kenneth would turn his headlights on, but they failed to show the light at every curve in the road. They would finally reach their destination at 10 p.m., only to realize it took them a full day and a few night hours to drive about 70 miles. And because they had arrived so late, they decided not to wake their relatives where they had planned on staying. Instead, they slept in the car. Kenneth would report he tried to have a cigarette, but neither the lighter nor matches worked. That's when he realized there was no oxygen in the vehicle and they were freezing cold. He would quickly open the window, which gave them oxygen, and they warmed up again. The following morning, Ken would contact the highway department to learn that there had been no detours or road work the previous day. He thought that was strange, so he checked a map of the area and soon found there were no tunnels in the area either. Another bizarre one here, and again, not much to go by. As far as theories, this one is a little more difficult since there were two people in the car, so it's not likely they both fell asleep and dreamed the same thing. So that leaves us with the same theories that we discussed prior, either a reality glitch or they traveled to an alternate dimension, or maybe the two made up the account, and although highly doubtful, is if their car was somehow able to cut off all oxygen, they could have been hallucinating as they were losing air. What's in a name? That's obviously a popular quote from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, but it's probably a question that Quintus Valerius Soranus should have asked himself way back in 82 BC, because Valerius holds a rather unique distinction in Roman history for being a man that was executed for speaking the secret name of Rome. Before we dive down into this one, let's take a closer look at Valerius. He was born sometime between 140 and 130 BC and became a Latin poet and, more importantly, a tribune of the people in the late Roman Republic. But most famously, you have him to thank for one of the most underappreciated inventions in literature. He created the first table of contents. So next time you pick up a book and open it to see that, give Valerius a thumbs up. But back to our strange mystery. What is the deal with Rome's secret name? The best account we have comes from a man named Servius the Grammarian, who had a reputation as being one of the most learned men in Italy between the 4th century and early 5th century AD, and most famously known now for his commentaries on the works of Virgil. He would record that Valerius, according to many sources he came across, dared to disclose this secret name. Some would say he was then hauled in by the Senate and hung up on a cross, while others would state that Valerius fled in fear of retribution, but was apprehended by a praetor in Sicily and was killed by the order of the Senate. But there's problems with this story. First of all, crucifixion was usually a reserved punishment for slaves at this time in the late Republic, as the belief was even those Romans who deserved it still should not be victim of that cruel punishment. Secondly was the issue of Valerius, who was a tribune's person, which by law made him a very important person. And what's even more uncertain was whether these tribunes that Valerius was a member of would even know Rome's secret name to begin with. And if you think this is all the mistake of one author, that of Servius, well, both Pliny the Elder and Plutarch note that Valerius was indeed executed for uttering that secret name. There's also the issue that we don't even know how Valerius allegedly publicized this secret name. Some have suggested he made the name public in a work of his called Epoptitus. which if interpreted as it is sometimes, it might mean tutelary deities, which means something like a deity or spirit that is a guardian of a particular place or region, nation, etc., which could hint that Rome's secret name was some kind of deity. However, others dispute this claim, even Servius, who stated that the name was never recorded, which I guess means that Valerius only spoke of it and did not write it down. But modern historians now doubt that Valerius was really killed for this reason anyways, arguing that his execution was politically motivated. And of course, Rome had various factions that were always going back and forth at each other, and there's no need for me to dive down into those reasons of why he was killed, and instead get back to the mystery, which is the actual name itself. And there's just not a lot of theories on that. We can go back to the deity theory, if that's what it was, and it's possible that Valerius did write it down as an act of treason, because the Romans thought that if you exposed the name of this deity, he would leave the city unprotected. Other theories suggest names like Maya, a Greek goddess, Herpa, the goddess that watched over the city, Evia, which Plato translates as life, and Valencia. According to modern scholars, Maya could be the secret name because she is the largest of the 7 Pleiades, which could symbolize the 7 hills of Rome. The Egyptian pyramids is one of the most mysterious construction projects in history. People for thousands of years have wondered just how in the world did they do it. But it's not just the pyramids. There's a bunch of other megalithic structures from around the world that seen these massive stones, sometimes weighing several tons, that are lugged for long distances in efforts to build with, like the Temple of Jupiter, which contains the 3 largest stone blocks ever used in a man-made structure, weighing close to 1,000 tons, yet are positioned together with precision. Or Puerto del Sol, which stands 13,000 feet above sea level in Bolivia and weighs 10 tons, and how it got to this location so high up is still unknown. Or Nan Madol in Micronesia, which is made up of hundreds of stacked stone logs that weigh 2.5 tons each. But just how was it done with no modern equipment? Well, let's go back to the pyramids. Although no one knows for sure how it was done, a lot of scholars now lean more towards the thought that the Great Pyramid was built by using ropes, pulleys, ramps, ingenuity, and brute force. And that force was made up of 4,000 to 5,000 men working for around 20 years to do so, which is certainly plausible. But if we go a little further into the future, around the 10th century, an Arab historian named Abul Hassan Ali Masuadi would go to the pyramids and was in awe of them, and it's here he would record something rather interesting. He wrote that the stones were transported by a magic papyrus, or paper, which was placed under the stone to be moved. Then the stone was struck with a metal rod that caused the stone to levitate and move along a path paved with stones and fenced on either side by metal poles. That allowed it to move about 160 feet, where it would then settle back down to the earth. This process was repeated over and over until the stones got to its desired location. But just where did al-Musadi come up with this? Was it some part of oral legend that had been passed down, or was it just his theory to explain it? That is hard to say, but it opens up a rather interesting fringe theory that these ancient structures were built by ancient acoustic levitation, which states that the ancient peoples figured out a way to strike the rock and create vibrations that resulted in sonic levitation, or possibly that the layout of stone and rods created some sort of magnetic field which then levitated it. There's not much on this theory, although Edward Leedskalnin in the 20th century spent 20 years building Coral Castle in Florida, which saw him raise at least one stone that weighed 35 tons, but he did all that without machinery, and he did it all privately and told people he discovered the secret of how the ancients built it, but he never divulged it. There's also a lesser-known account from a Dr. Jarl, who in 1939 said he's seen Tibetan monks levitating a large stone using drums, trumpets, and chanting. He allegedly even filmed the whole event, but the videos were confiscated, and that would actually be one of the few interesting lost media mysteries. Regardless, the Egyptians probably didn't move them that way. Scientists do believe such a thing is possible though, as there have been experiments where sound waves have been used to move liquid droplets, but so far, nothing major has been moved. When we lay down to sleep every night, we often think this is the one place in the entire world that we are safe, our little space where nothing should ever invade. But what happens when that space is violated? Doctors Patricia Ken and Venna Bonnet set out to find that in 2017 when they began interviewing people who claimed they had been abducted by aliens. They would first meet with a woman who went by the name Miss S and ask her to elaborate on her experiences. The now adult Miss S would recall lying awake in her bed during her teen years, looking up at the ceiling, unable to sleep, when she seen a spider start to descend down. As it slowly dropped, the spider opened its legs and Miss S heard something she would never have expected. The sound reminded her of a dentist drill. The spider continued to lower, getting larger as it got closer to her face. Miss S was unable to scream for help or move, except her eyes, obviously. So the spider clamped its legs around her head and she claimed began to bore a hole into her skull. She could not actually feel the drill go in, but it was painful nonetheless. This would be one of the few experiences Miss S would have over the years, as she also experienced undergoing examination and probing, communicating with aliens, and even giving birth. And although this sounds crazy, did you know that around 1% of the US population have reported alien abduction experiences, which might range anywhere from what Miss S reported to UFO sightings or even straight up being abducted by a UFO? And actually, the number is almost certainly higher because in this research, it was found that around 80% of the anonymous abductees reported that they had not told anyone about it because of the negative consequences, such as their friends and family thinking they're crazy. Most even stated they would not tell their doctor, so chances are the number of abductees are higher. But what's even more interesting is what they found in other research with abductees. In a 17-year study, it was found that alien abductees share common traits. They're usually self-sufficient, resourceful, above average in intelligence, more reserved, and more introspective. Having said that, what exactly is the cause of these experiences? That is the debate here. As far as Miss S goes, she could have been having seizures, or a sleep disorder, or maybe even psychosis, possibly false memories or hallucinations stemming from childhood trauma. Well, that's what one would typically think. But all of those theories were ruled out after various tests were done, which leaves us with the obvious theory that this was all due to sleep paralysis. As one of the 30% of people that have suffered sleep paralysis, I have to say, I have never experienced anything like Miss S. However, only about 5% of sleep paralysis sufferers actually have hallucinations, and in sleep paralysis episodes, subjects report having intense fear, breathing difficulties, and body pressure, particularly on the chest. And as we have discussed in a previous video, this might also account for the Hat Man sightings, who just coincidentally like to stand on the chest of people while they're asleep. Even less surprising is many patients have reported seeing demonic figures, witches, Freddy Krueger, and aliens. Even more specifically, some have reported being visited by aliens or being abducted while they are in sleep paralysis, which pretty much solves this mystery. However, no theory section would be complete without some craziness, and it's just possible that Miss S was truly visited or abducted by aliens, or perhaps this spider was some sort of cryptid encounter. May 1913, Farmersville, Texas. A 12-year-old boy named Selby Latham was working on the family farm with his brothers Sid and Clyde. As the three of them were chopping cotton, they began to hear their dogs suddenly start barking, and not any old bark, and instead, it sounded like the dogs had treed something, perhaps a possum or a raccoon. So the boys went back to work, not thinking much of it, but the dogs kept at it, and got even more intense. Clyde, the oldest brother, would finally stop working and told his younger brothers, "Let's go see what they treed." So all three of them would head that way, where the dogs were about 50 to 75 feet on the other side of a picket fence. Clyde made it there first, and Selby would later state that his older brother had a stunned look on his face. He then turned around to his younger brothers and said, "It's a little man." Selby, who gave this account to Fate magazine in November 1978, would further describe the man as being about 1.5 feet tall, dark green in color, looking towards the north, and looking like he was possibly resting. Selby could not recall if he wore shoes, but did not remember seeing any feet either, but his arms hung down beside him, as if they had grew that way. He also wore a hat that was round and looked like a Mexican one, except it looked like it was built into him. Curiously, there were no clothes. Instead, it looked like it was a rubber suit, even the hat. The little man stood there, scared to death, and for good reason, because just as the boys closed in to get a better look, the dogs jumped onto him and began to rip him to shreds. Blood spilled everywhere, and the being's insides, which looked human, fell to the ground. The brothers continued to watch as the dogs ripped his legs off, and during all this alien being did not make a sound, or, as Selby later recalled, if he did, they couldn't hear it because of the noise of the dogs attacking. The brothers didn't know what to make of what had just happened, and Selby would tell Fate magazine that they were just dumb country boys and didn't know what to do, so they just went back to their farming. Although, I guess it's possible that the shock was just too much for them. Regardless, they would walk back and talk about what they had just witnessed, and 2 or 3 times that day, they went back to check on the remains, which were now rotting in the sun. Curiously, the dogs huddled around them as if they were scared. Later that evening, the boys told their parents about the strange event, who understandably did not believe a word of it. So the next day, the boys went back to look at the spot where the incident had occurred, and they were surprised to see that not one shred of evidence was left. It had completely vanished. They would even go search around the area, but found nothing. The story remained just a family tale for over 60 years, when Selby's grandson would reach out to the Center for UFO Studies in 1978, which led to Selby being interviewed in Fate magazine. But it was his grandson that would go on to state that his grandfather had a good reputation and had sat on the secret for all those decades because of the ridicule he knew he would face. But now, he was ready to talk. But it was the Center for UFO Studies that reached out to the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History to look into the case. Ellery Sessions would interview Selby and stated, while he believed that the old man was sincere in his account, he believed that his older brothers played a trick on him, and over the years, Selby's imagination embellished it some. He even suggested to Selby that maybe what he really seen was a big frog, which of course, Selby disagreed with. So what to make of this one? Did Selby really meet a tiny alien that was then mauled to death by his dogs? Or did his older brothers play a trick on him? Or is it possible Selby was trying to pull a hoax on the magazine? I had actually heard this account before, and I've always found it disturbing, maybe because of the details of the dogs ripping this alleged alien apart. However, one thing I had never heard until I started research for this segment was a little known fact that completely changes the outlook on this bizarre saga. 2 years after the alien was found in the field, allegedly, Selby and one of his brothers were sitting on their uncle's porch when they seen a mysterious object with 2 lights, one on the front and one in the back, and this object sailed by them silently. They claimed it was cylinder-shaped, like an airplane without wings. Then, 3 years after that, they allegedly seen a ball of fire about the size of a wash tub fall from the sky 50 feet behind their house. They rushed outside to see a light gray powder on the ground in a circle about 3 foot in diameter, but there was no indentation in the ground and no object. So when you factor in these other 2 stories told by Selby, it really takes away from the believability of the first one. If he had told the one about the alien being mauled by the dogs and left it at that, I would kinda wonder, but now that I know he also had a couple of other bizarre accounts, it just makes it seem like it's all a hoax. Of course, that's just me. And maybe he did have some weird connection to the paranormal, and they really did watch an alien get murdered by their dogs. Many of you that have been gracious enough to follow the channel for a long time will know I have never spoke on my faith or beliefs in specific religions. However, this next mystery involves a religion that I would be fully supportive of, and it's called Adonatology, the worship of women with big butts. You heard that right, big butts. On the website of this minor religion, it discusses in its holy book, known as Book of Beginnings and Calabagos, that the Holy Spirit, whose name is Isa Elohim, is the wife of King Adonis I, hence the name of the religion, Adonatology. Now Isa is actually a Callipygian deity, and of course, Callipygian is an adjective meaning you have a beautifully shaped butt, specifically describing statues such as Aphrodite. But Isa and King Adonis had many sons and daughters who were later cited by other religions as being the Nephilim angels who came to earth and mated with the daughters of man, which then brought forth giants, while the daughters that came down as Callipygian angels, or maybe better described as big butt angels, mated with the men on earth. Now this one seems entirely like a meme. In fact, it's even listed on this iceberg under the meme/internet legends category. But the guy did put in a lot of work to pull this off. His religious website describes himself as a multifaceted musician, composer, film producer, best-selling author, influential media mogul, and spiritual leader. The membership to his site is $35 a month, and it's not even certain what you get for this, other than a video and audio series and weekly updates. Although he does claim the church's main goal is to empower women with curves and big butts to discover self-love and acceptance, which I guess is achieved through their worship sessions, which includes twerking. Although it's mostly a joke, a spiritual connection to big booties is something I can get behind. Sir Robert Victor Goddard is a name you may not be familiar with, but is a fairly famous name in England, where he was a military man. He was a senior commander of the Royal Air Force during World War II and participated in many famous battles, and even flew reconnaissance flights over the battlefield during the Battle of Somme in the First World War. And he served in total 41 years in the British military, where he was also given some very prestigious awards. Having said that, that's not why he is famous today. Instead, he would be because he took an interest in paranormal phenomena, as well as having his own clairvoyant incident in 1946, one that would even become the plot for a movie about a decade later. But as you know, this is the obscure iceberg, and since it had a movie made about it, that's not very obscure. So instead, we're going to discuss the lesser known clairvoyant experience Goddard had. Actually, you may call it a time slip. In 1935, Goddard was appointed to the Deputy Director of Intelligence at the Air Ministry, a job he held until the start of World War II. It's around this time that the RAF assigned him on a mission to fly out to the RAF Dream in Scotland and inspect the airfield, which had been decommissioned for some time. So he jumped into his plane and took off. When he got there, he discovered the field was in pretty rough shape, with cattle wandering around, grazing on the grass that had came up through the cracks on the tarmac. But it's what happened later when our mystery comes in, because on his way back, he would fly into a storm, one with odd brown-yellow colored clouds, and he was worried about the biplane's ability to make it through. So he turned around and flew back to Dream, intending to land and wait the storm out. But when he made it back to the abandoned airfield he had just left, he returned to see it was very much active now. On the ground below, he seen several planes, along with the mechanics crew, moving about the area. The airfield had been completely renovated as well. Strangely, he noticed a lot of the planes had been painted yellow, and one of these was a monoplane he could not identify. Unfortunately, the storm he had ran into must have followed him, because Goddard was unable to land and had to navigate the storm, and by the time he came out on the other side, he was on his way back to the home base, where he landed safely and immediately told his friends what had happened. And of course, they didn't believe him, and after their negative reaction to the story, he didn't tell anyone about it for years for fear of being ridiculed. Now obviously, it was already strange enough that the airfield had been very active just a few minutes after Goddard seen it abandoned. But it would get stranger yet, because this airfield would officially get reactivated in 1939, and it's right around that time that the RAF began painting their training planes yellow, and also when they changed the mechanics' uniforms from tan to blue, exactly what Goddard had seen years prior. Of course, there's two main theories on this one. The first one is Goddard experienced a genuine time slip, which took him a few years ahead to see the future of what the airfield would look like, while the other theory is Goddard hallucinated or straight up fabricated the whole account. Keep in mind, he was big into the paranormal and would claim a similar account happened about a decade after this one, and that account was so big that it led to a movie. July 28th, 1974, Somerset, England. A man named Peter Williamson had arranged for some of his friends to get together for some drinks and barbecue. Peter had become quite rich and owned a large home where he lived with his wife and 2 children, and his buddies were all warming up with their drinks when a storm suddenly blew in. Luckily, the patio area had been covered, so the party was fine. In fact, it was kinda nice, as that evening had been pretty hot, so it kinda cooled things down. But during the storm, one of Peter's children noticed that their dog had ran and hid under a bush and was there cowering. Peter did not want his kids running out into the storm, so he told his child to stay put and rushed across the lawn to snatch up the dog. But it was about halfway across the yard that a flash of lightning hit and struck a tree in the neighbor's garden. We split it down the middle, and although that would shake up everyone at the party, it was soon that they learned it was more disturbing than what they thought, because when the flash of lightning hit, it silhouetted Peter, who then vanished, right in front of his wife Mary, kids, and friends. Mary screamed, and the children immediately started crying. I can only assume that they thought he was struck by the lightning. His friends rushed out into the yard to look for him, as well as in the garden of their neighbors, but there was not one clue of what happened to Peter. They would actually end up calling the police, who also did a cursory search in the yard and garden. By this point, Mary was losing it and was really freaked out, so much so that she was sedated, while their children went to stay with family friends. 2 of the friends that had came to the barbecue stayed that first night, taking turns watching for Peter throughout the night, just in case he returned. However, he never came back, and everyone was pretty much stumped. But detectives did come up with a somewhat plausible theory. They believed what had happened was that the lightning strike was so close and bright that it temporarily blinded all the witnesses, Mary, her children, and Peter's friends. And in all the craziness that transpired, what they believed was only a second or 2 actually was around a minute. Heck, maybe even closer to 2 minutes before they were able to fully see again. Meanwhile, in that time frame, that same lightning strike and loud thunder that accompanied it triggered some sort of past trauma in Peter, either causing amnesia or disorientation, causing him to walk away confused. This was pitched to Peter's loved ones, and his friends agreed that it was very possible, but there were some issues with it. First of all, the garden Peter was in was surrounded by a very high wall, one that only had one way out, a door by the garage, which had been locked by Mary because the latch was broken, and it only had one key, which was in Mary's pocket. And on the wall, there were no markings from where Peter would have had to scale it to get across, which would have been difficult anyways. Regardless, the authorities were now thinking they were looking for a lost and confused man, and they put out an alert that would eventually go nationwide, with TV shows and the news even covering the events. Yet, this didn't bring in one tip. But here's where things get strange. 3 days into the search, a local gardener would be stumped when he discovered a man lying in some shrubbery with 1 foot sitting in an ornamental pool. Of course, this man was Peter. It was around 8 a.m. that morning, and this area was pretty secluded, which made it stranger. Peter's clothes were also dry with no sign of morning dew on them, suggesting he had not laid out in the garden overnight. Even stranger was Peter did not have a key on him, yet he managed to get into this garden via the road, and that's what police speculated, although there were no marks of an injury. Peter was taken to the hospital where it was confirmed he had loss of memory, and detectives assumed since they were right on that part, they were right about everything else and closed the case. Peter, meanwhile, began to get well about a week later. but could not remember where he had disappeared to for those 3 days. Even worse was he began having strange dreams about a time he seemed to have spent in another place, much like his home area. In these dreams, he was soaking wet in the middle of a garden with no memory of anything that had happened before. When he came to, he was standing among flower beds on a small road feeling frightened, so he began to walk down the road. He walked for a long time until he felt tired and sat down on the side of the road. That's when a passing doctor stopped to offer some help and drove Peter to the hospital. But since he was not carrying any form of ID and could not tell them anything, they sent for the police, who said they would check their missing persons files. The doctor's name that began working with Peter was named Nugent, while he also met with a Sister Alice Charles. He also remembered the names of various nurses as well as the name of the ward, Pritchard. These dreams were very vivid, so much so, he couldn't really tell if it was a dream or a memory. He would even tell the doctor in that dream that he was having hallucinations, like seeing the rooms of the ward shimmer and faces and furniture appearing entirely different from what he normally seen there. And these sightings were momentary. This caused the doctor to check him for a concussion, but they found none. The next day, he was allowed to go for a walk when Sister Alice said his jeans were too muddy to be wearable. That's when a man in the next bed over lent him a pair of corduroy slacks. Peter then went for tea at the hospital cafe, read a book, and got some sleep. The police showed back up a little while later and asked him if he remembered anything yet, and he didn't. The following morning, he felt better, but he still didn't remember anything, so he decided to go for a walk in the garden before breakfast. But it was too muddy due to rain, so he decided to walk out along a country road, and he came across a scene that he was familiar with, and he realized he was close to the point where he had lost his memory. So he had to go closer and get a better look on the off chance it might further jog his memory. And remember, this is all a dream, and it's at this point of the dream that he walks over to some turf towards the garden where he was found later on. These dreams occurred over a 3-week period, and they were in different segments which allowed him to piece it all together, although some nights he had no dreams at all. Now it gets even more interesting, because Peter quickly forgets this whole weird saga and goes on with his life and work. But one day, his son asked him for a ride to a nearby motorcycle rally. Now Peter had been to this place before, and he knew it was muddy, so he wanted to find some old clothes to take, but he searched for his old jeans and did not see them, and bam, it hit him. According to the dreams, he should have no jeans, but instead, a pair of corduroy trousers that did not belong to him. Insane as it was, Peter found those slacks. They had been cleaned and pressed and set into his wardrobe. His wife apparently had them cleaned for him. After going to the hospital to pick him up and all the excitement of finding him, she never once questioned where the slacks had came from. But now Peter thought, if I can track down who gave me these, I can figure out where I was. He found a tailor's label inside with the name Herbert Fox, who was located in a well-known West Country town. There was also a clothing label with monogrammed initials JB that had been sewn into it, which was a fairly common practice to initial the tags in your clothing back then. Peter was getting excited at getting close to unlocking the mystery of what had happened to him for those 3 days. He quickly searched the directory for the tailor, but came up empty. He then drove over 100 miles to this small town and began asking people about that tailor shop, and none of them had heard of it before. He even went to the local chamber of trade, where they did confirm a shop had existed there at one time, but had burnt down in the 1950s and never reopened. Peter returned home defeated with his new trousers, which, by the way, were not even a style that they had made in the 50s. He was so obsessed with figuring this out that he began searching for other towns with that name in the US, but came up empty there too. And again, the mystery went cold for a while, until one day when Peter ran into an old friend that lived a couple of miles away. He had just recently gotten out of the hospital after getting a minor operation. Peter was asking him about it and conversing with him when the man suddenly said the name Nugent. Peter was now ecstatic and immediately asked him where this hospital was, and he was surprised to find out that it was actually not even a half a mile away. Peter had not known of this one because it was a cottage hospital, which are much smaller, and in the past, Peter had only known about the larger general hospital in town, but now he rushed to visit the smaller hospital on the outskirts of town. The area seemed familiar to him, just like he had seen in a dream. Or was it his memories? He rushed into the hospital and asked the receptionist to speak to Dr. Nugent, and she asked Peter to wait. A few minutes later, Dr. Nugent, the man with this friendly face that had helped Peter during that time, finally walked into the room and asked, "You wanted to see me?" Peter, a bit taken back by the fact that the doctor didn't recognize him, began telling his story, and Dr. Nugent said, "I'm afraid you have the wrong hospital. I've never seen you before, and I haven't had an amnesia case for 5 years." The doctor, probably wanting to help more, took Peter to a tiny tea room and explained that amnesia had weird side effects where you can dream up complete scenarios in your head, all from a simple remark heard while in your susceptible state. And he theorized that someone at the general hospital had mentioned Dr. Nugent's name during that state Peter was in. Because Dr. Nugent had did some work for the general hospital, and Sister Charles had actually accompanied him when she went, which explained why he knew her too. He further suggested that the trousers were probably just loaned to him by someone at the general hospital. This story appeared in a book called Encounters with the Unknown, and the author actually visited Peter and interviewed him, and Peter actually showed him the trousers. And since the tailoring marks are public record, it was confirmed that that tailor who marked the label on the slacks was a legit marking from a very real tailor. Most curiously though, the zipper in the slacks were a new kind that came out in 1968, 14 years after the tailor shop had burned down, meaning someone would have had to taken the label out of an old pair of trousers and sewn them into a new pair. But the author pursued that theory and contacted the company that made the slacks, who confirmed that the label in them were the original and had not been tampered with. So how did a tailor from the 1950s, whose shop had burned down, put a mark into a label 14 years later? Strangely, the manufacturer of those slacks even asked how to get into contact with the tailor, because apparently the color was not the exact color of their slacks, but they liked the color so much they wanted to know what dye he had used, but they could never find the man to ask him. All in all, a crazy one. Maybe the craziest one I've ever covered, which basically has a couple of theories. First, back to the parallel universes again, where several clues point to. In particular, when Peter claimed to have seen the hospital ward shimmering, that could have been an indication that the two universes were in flux around him at that time. Similarly, others have pointed to a glitch in the reality theory, which makes just as much sense. Really, the most intriguing claim of this whole story is those pants. Everything else can be explained as amnesia, but those pants throw a real twist in that theory. The only other option might be that this is a total fictional account. I was unable to find a Peter Williamson, and it does seem rather odd that a missing persons case that allegedly got press coverage all over England has no record of that search online today. It seemingly all comes from this one account in this book, which makes the whole thing seem sketchy. The 1970s, Italy. A story would begin to pop up into newspapers across the country that, like a lot of mysteries on this iceberg, just doesn't seem believable. Starting with the first account popping up in December 1970, when a man allegedly was attacked by what he described as a 15-foot reptile, like a dinosaur, that radiated heat. The so-called attack happened about 50 miles northwest of Forlì, but this was only the beginning of this next strange cryptid tale, because the most memorable sighting would occur 5 years later in June 1975, when a farmer named Maurizio Tombini reported that a monster appeared in his tomato field near Goro. According to Tombini, it all started when he was working hard in the field and the bushes nearby started shaking, so much so that it spooked him enough to take a step back, and boom, the monster jumped out. He was said to have frightened Tombini, a man known for his seriousness. He later recorded that it had an ugly and unpleasant dangling tongue. It wasn't long after this that someone else would report seeing a giant centipede, suggesting whatever was on the loose had many legs. Tombini, meanwhile, would call the police, who actually took the report seriously. They would telegram senior officers, and before long, officers and soldiers were swarming the area looking for the beast. At first, the story was written off as nothing more than a crocodile that had escaped a zoo, but Tombini insisted he knew what a crocodile was, and this was not one. And it was right around this time that people remembered back to the 1970 sighting. It was this story that would catapult the so-called 1970s dinosaur sightings to the front page. The story was covered just about everywhere in the Italian press, but unfortunately, the details were always incoherent, and the accounts didn't always match up. But according to the vast majority of accounts, the so-called dinosaur was about 10 feet long and 8 inches in diameter, whose legs and feet must have been pretty big because it left these huge lizard-like tracks. Although if we go back 5 years to the 1970 sighting, those were described as looking like T-Rex tracks. And although Tombini's sighting would go down as the most famous, it was far from the only one, as police had received several calls about the dinosaur. Many would even state to have heard the dinosaur let out a wolf-like howl, which might fit one description from a witness who said it looked like a reptilian wolf. Other reports stated it was like a giant snake, or upright humanoid-like lizard, or maybe even a giant centipede. And of course the most famous were the accounts that said it looked like a dragon. And although this sounds like an odd story from a very small period of time in Italy, stories like this occurred elsewhere in the early 20th century. Going back to 1939, we have the story of 2 women picking berries in Austin, France, when they claimed to have encountered a huge lizard. This lizard had reported sightings going back to the 1890s. Meanwhile, in South Dakota in 1934, a farmer claimed to have seen a 4-legged reptile which was so big it forced him off his tractor before it ran off into a nearby lake. Investigators that came to the site to look over it took it seriously, found tracks near the lake they could not explain. Even stranger was prior to this was an uptick in reports of sheep and small animals disappearing from town. But what was it that people were really seeing? Is the Goro monster of Italy real? Is it really a dinosaur that somehow escaped extinction? Or was it a dragon, or just some unknown animal? Probably neither of these. Obviously, the most likely theory is someone bought a huge reptile that they could no longer take care of and released it into the Italian countryside. What if, because of circumstances beyond your control, a certain group of people began to suspect that you were a god? That's the exact situation a man in World War II named John Frum would find himself in. And the craziest part of this for John is he probably didn't exist. Maybe I should back up some. The mystery starts in the southern Pacific with an island chain called Vanuatu, known then as New Hebrides. And while the exact origin point and history of this religion is unsure, we know it started by at least the late 1930s, but possibly as early as the 1910s. The cult probably started in a movement which was influenced by other local religions on the island chain, and one early story that popped up was a prophecy, that of a man named John Broome who would one day return to these islands, coming from a distant land, and when he arrives, he will sweep the white colonists away and give the islands back to the natives. Although some versions of this story claim that one of the local natives, named Manavai, started using the alias John Frum and dressed as a Westerner opposed to dressing as a native, and he went around promising the natives he would bring them luxuries such as homes, clothes, food, and transportation. To make the story even more confusing, some people trace the legend of John Frum to a spirit vision which was brought on by drinking kava, a plant with psychoactive properties. Regardless of the origin, the story basically remains in all the versions. A Westerner, usually a white man, comes to the islands to make the other colonists leave. But for it to happen, the natives had to reject all aspects of Western life, like money, education, Christianity, and of course, refusing to work on plantations for these colonizers. But most importantly, to go back to their culture. And their religion picked up steam, and by 1941, John Frum followers got rid of their money, school, churches, and left the plantations and went back to their old way of life. European authorities at one point would even arrest the man and exiled him along with other leaders of the cult. But this is when things would get interesting, because around this time, 100,000 American troops would be stationed on the islands to fight the war with Japan. They brought with them an enormous amount of supplies, obviously called cargo, and is important for a reason we'll come back to in a second. They would also employ 10,000 of the locals to help provide logistical support. This caused an explosion in the John Frum movement, and it became known as a cargo cult, which was a term created in the late 19th century to explain the political and spiritual movements that sometimes popped up in the indigenous Melanesians. But the islanders were impressed by the egalitarianism of the Americans, and obviously with their wealth too. This also led to them conflating perceived benefactors like Uncle Sam, Santa Claus, and John the Baptist into a mythic figure called John Frum, who would empower the island people by giving them cargo wealth, which led to the thought if you prayed to John Frum, Americans would show up bringing cargo of gifts. They even got their symbol from the American Red Cross, as a medical officer flew to the islands and the people thought the plane was associated with John Frum and took the insignia of the cross as their symbol. But after the war, and after the Americans left, the followers of John Frum would begin building symbolic landing strips in an attempt to encourage American airplanes to land once again and bring them cargo. And it's then that some denominations of this religion really started to connect its origin to America specifically, and because of one reason. The movement known as John Frum was, according to this interpretation, from American soldiers introducing themselves to indigenous people by saying, "Hi, I'm John from America," or sometimes it could even be, "I'm John from England," or "I'm John from wherever." The point being, John Frum was now forever linked to the religion of the same name. By the late 1950s, the movement was growing strong, as now tourists flocked to the region and brought more prosperity to the people. This led to the forming of a non-violent army that was more about the rituals that were created, that would have these followers organize military-style parades wearing U.S. Army-style uniforms with their faces painted in ritual colors and wearing shirts that said TA USA, meaning Tana Army USA, and they would raise an American flag and march with bamboo-styled rifles. The parade takes place on February 15th and is still celebrated to this day, which is the date the followers believe John Frum will return on once again. By the 1970s, it had its own political party, which celebrated its 60th anniversary in 2017. The leader even stated, in 2007, that John Frum, their god, would eventually return. And in no surprise, Europeans over the years have went to the islands claiming to be John Frum, with varied results. As of 2022, there are less than 500 followers left of John Frum, as most of the islands have been converted to Christianity. This is one of the most wholesome mysteries we have covered yet, as this story led to the longest running humanitarian airlift in the world, as Operation Christmas Drop began in 1952 and sees the U.S. Air Force every year dropping off items such as fishing nets, construction materials, powdered milk, canned goods, rice, coolers, clothing, shoes, toys, and school supplies. It also led to one of the best things National Geographic done in the past couple of decades, when they brought men from these islands and took them across the country to show them locations and introduce them to Americans. But I guess the real mystery here, who exactly was the John Frum that originally inspired this belief? It's possible that the most direct link came from a religion that started in the 1930s that was linked to the worship of a god linked to Mount Tucosmera, and then just kind of spiraled from there, and eventually, due to weird coincidences, saw the peoples meeting a John from America, and it kind of mutated from there. Others still believe it can be retraced to prophecies from spirit visions from natives in the 1910s, who claimed a John Broom was coming to save them. While finally, the most likely theory is that John Frum was nothing more than a mixture of several US military figures to visit the island and left good impressions. Christmas is no doubt the most famous holiday in the world, linking several cultures to the religion of Christianity, which was created to celebrate the birth of Jesus, who was born sometime around the winter solstice. And although not as famous around the world as Christmas, Easter is probably just as much an important day, or even more important to Christians, as Christmas. And why is that? Well, if you know even just a little bit about the faith, you will know that Easter celebrates the resurrection of Jesus 3 days after he had been crucified by the Romans. Or was he? That's what brings us to this next obscure conspiracy theory called the substitution hypothesis, which suggests Jesus was not the man on the cross, and instead he was an imposter. Now, who this imposter was is up for debate. Some say it was the twin of Jesus, or someone that looked like him and either died in place of Jesus so that he may survive, or that the imposter was the man who pretended to be the resurrected Jesus after the real Jesus died. But where does this theory come from? This can be, in its earliest form, traced back to the Book of Thomas the Contender, or Book of Thomas, which is a Gnostic revelation dialogue. So before we dive into it any further, I should explain for the ones that don't know, like me specifically. Gnosticism was a collection of religious and philosophical beliefs in the 1st century AD, where their main belief is that salvation comes from gnosis, which means knowledge in Greek. And it's a little too complex and deep for me to get into here, but this belief system basically became wrapped up in early Christianity, which brings us back to the Book of Thomas. Now Thomas, you probably know for one specific reason. Yep, the term Doubting Thomas comes from this man, because as the term Doubting Thomas is a skeptic who does not believe anything without direct personal experience, well, according to the Book of John, the Apostle Thomas absolutely refused to believe that Jesus was resurrected and appeared to the other 10 disciples, who, according to the book, seen and touched Jesus' crucifixion wounds. Now let's circle back to the Book of Thomas. It's unknown who actually wrote this book, since it came much later than Thomas and Jesus, probably around the 2nd or 3rd century AD. Regardless, in this book is chronicled a conversation between Jesus and a man named Judas Thomas. And there's some debate on whether this is the same Doubting Thomas we just talked about, or Jude the Apostle, or even Jesus' brother, Jude. But according to this theory, it's Doubting Thomas whom Jesus ends up referring to as him being his twin. That's a long, convoluted way to get back to the origin point of this theory. Then, after this, we have a writing called the Acts of Thomas, not to be confused with the Book of Thomas, that would expand on this, stating that when Jesus was resurrected, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Thomas the Apostle, so much so that another king mistook Thomas for Jesus. But this, and the text from the Book of Thomas, both stop short of straight up saying he was an impostor, but that would come soon enough, in a scripture called the Second Treatise of the Great Seth, another Gnostic text from the 3rd century, which will claim that Simon of Cyrene actually took Jesus' place on the cross. But just who was that, you ask? Well, Simon was ordered by the Romans to carry the cross of Jesus while Jesus was being taken to the spot of the crucifixion. And get ready for Sunday school, because Matthew 27:32 is where all this comes from, as it basically makes it sound like the Romans randomly just ran into this dude named Simon and made him carry it. But Simon was actually the father of one of the disciples, Rufus. But according to the Second Treatise of the Great Seth, Jesus would tell the others after the crucifixion, he began to laugh at the Romans' ignorance when they mistakenly began crucifying Simon instead, which Jesus explained that he was only able to pull this off because he was altering his shapes, changing from form to form, which makes it sound like Jesus was a shapeshifter, which I'm kinda surprised isn't a subject on this iceberg. But there's other theories, of course, and just remember, these are not my theories, I'm just relaying it, so don't get mad. But in the Gospel of Barnabas, written over 1,000 years after the events, would make a more interesting claim that Jesus was actually alive when he was lifted to heaven by angels, and Judas was then supernaturally transformed to look identical to Jesus and then went and died on the cross in his place. While some still believe Doubting Thomas died on the cross in Jesus' place, some even take it a step further and suggest that Thomas was in fact Jesus' twin brother, and for whatever reason, it was never disclosed in the Bible. Likewise, there's even a more obscure theory that Jesus had an unknown twin brother that stole Jesus' body and disposed of it elsewhere, and then went on to claim he was the resurrected one. Although, that seems even more unlikely. Islam actually holds a similar belief as well, as a verse in the Quran states they did not kill him nor crucify him. Instead, they only made it appear that way. While there's also a belief in Islam that more than likely the real man on the cross was Judas, although some believe it's possible it was Simon. But as you might imagine, Christians outright dismiss all these claims, and you can't really blame them, as the resurrection is the cornerstone of Christianity, and it's hard to preach the word that Jesus died for you on the cross if someone instead died for him on the cross. Likewise, I find it hard to believe that Simon was actually crucified in his place, just because I have a hard time believing Jesus was belly laughing as he told the story of the Romans mistakenly killing Simon instead of him. It's just too ridiculous. The turn of the century was an interesting time for American newspapers, whom sometimes filled up the spaces of their pages with some of the most fantastical stories. Many times, they were straight up fictional. Sometimes, it was tales of wild men, sea serpents, monstrous snakes, or even ghosts. And it's with that background that our next story emerges, taken from the Idaho Statesman in Boise on March 26, 1905. The story would begin some 20 years earlier in the summer of 1885 in Hale, Idaho. A man named Jardine Henderson, who was out prospecting, would set up camp near the top of a ridge and close to a trail. One evening, when he was setting up his tent, he started to hear the sound of a horse galloping over the nearby trail. Kinda taken aback to hearing what he thought was a horse so far up in the mountains, he turned around just in time to see instead it was some man running down towards him at a speed he believed was superhuman. This man, however, did not notice Jardine and kept on running, and the prospector thought it was odd because this man looked terrified as he kept turning to look behind him as he ran, and it soon got even more bizarre as a cloud of dust raised up behind this man, and it wasn't like this dust was left by him running. Instead, it was like this dust was a living thing chasing him. The prospector was shook up, but didn't know what to make of it, and he eventually laid down for the night. But he thought of it for the following several days, and he eventually made his way to a town called Era, which is now a ghost town in Idaho. It was at this town that he learned from a Judge Waldron that a man had raced in from Hale, Idaho, where the prospector had been, and burst into his place that morning asking for protection. The man allegedly had ran some 70 miles to get there, and he claimed, while in Hale, he looked over his shoulder to see something chasing him. This something was a 40-foot dragon. It all hit Jardine now. This was the man coming running down the trail being pursued by a cloud of dust. And according to Jardine, after hearing the story, unsurprisingly, he never went back to get his camping gear out of fear for this dragon. Now what's really interesting on this one is, according to Jardine's account, he's seen no dragon, and instead, only the cloud of dust pursuing the man, hence the theory that it was a ghost dragon. But what to make of this one? Obviously, there's a huge flaw in this story, and I'm not even talking about the dragon per se. I'm talking about the fact that allegedly the man running from the dragon had to run 70 miles to escape him. That kinda takes the belief right out of it, especially considering this same man was known to quite frequently drink as much whiskey as 3 men, or according to Judge Waldron at least. And speaking of, there's actually no record of Judge Waldron in Idaho from this time period, nor does the name Jardine Henderson pop up anywhere else in that time period. However, one thing to note in this one is that while newspapers routinely published accounts of unexplained phenomena like ghosts and water monsters and the like, dragon articles rarely made the papers, giving it a tiny chance of plausibility. Okay, probably not. Santa Fe, New Mexico is where our next bizarre mystery comes from. At the Loreto Chapel, a former Roman Catholic church now used as a museum and wedding chapel. But what in the world would be so mysterious about it? Well, it's known for its unusual helix-shaped staircase called the Miraculous Staircase, whose construction is mired in legend. The project was commissioned by the Sisters of Loreto in 1873, and at this same time, Archbishop Jean-Baptiste Lamy would bring 2 French architects, Antoine Mouly and his son, Projectus, to build St. Francis Cathedral, and he suggested that the sisters make use of their services to build the chapel while they were around. and Projectus would be the one to take this job on. And the chapel was completed in 1878, but the staircase was completed by someone else between 1877 and 1881, and just who built it is the mystery. And you might think it's not important, but this staircase is really a work of art. It rises 20 feet while making 2 full turns with no central pole or any support. It's built mostly out of wood and held together by wooden pegs and no glue or nails or any other hardware. Even stranger is the wood used is a certain spruce that is not even native to Mexico, and actually, it's not native to anywhere. That's right, this wood cannot be traced back to any type of tree on this planet. A few years after its construction, handrails were installed as well as an iron bracket for some support, but it's mainly still supported by an inner wood stringer. The construction is by all accounts a marvelous achievement in woodworking, with master carpenters even being confused on exactly how it was built without modern equipment. But let's get back to the construction. The chapel was mostly done before work on the staircase even started, which had to be built because there was no access to the choir loft, probably because the architect died before the project was completed. According to the Sisters of Loreto, whose account was passed down, they would have to contact multiple builders to come in and give an estimate, and each one took a look and basically said there's no way to construct a staircase to the loft because the room had been built way too small and it was way too cramped, so every carpenter turned them down. In response, the nuns would pray for 9 straight days to Saint Joseph, the patron saint of carpenters, and on the last day of the prayers, a mysterious stranger showed up on a donkey carrying tools, offering to build the staircase for them. He then began working alone, using only a few simple hand tools, and then promptly disappeared. He didn't even collect his check, and he would never give them his name. Some versions of this story claim that this all happened in one night, while most stories claim it took him 6 to 8 months to complete. Regardless, the nuns looked at this staircase that was beyond even the work of a master carpenter and stood without any obvious means of support, and they believed it had to be a miracle, and possibly had even been built by Saint Joseph himself. And that's pretty much the mystery to this one, was the man who showed up that night, riding on the donkey, Saint Joseph, the patron saint of carpenters, and Jesus' legal father. Well, before we get to that, it is worth noting that the staircase is in fact supported by stringers like a conventional staircase. Its stringers, however, are just twisted into a helix shape. It's also been pointed out that by using wooden pegs instead of nails, it has kept it from degrading due to compression set as wood swells against the nails due to changes in humidity or temperature. Regardless, it's a remarkable work of carpentry. Now, I'm not going to stray off too much into other possible identities of the builder, since the theory here is Saint Joseph himself built it, but there was at least one man that has been linked to it somewhat over the last couple of decades. In the early 2000s, an amateur historian found a man named Francois Jean Rochat, or as he went by in New Mexico, Frank, who lived in the area around the 1870s. He was an occasional carpenter and reclusive rancher, but it's in an 1895 newspaper describing the murder of this man in 1894 that the paper would cite Frank was the man that had built the handsome staircase at Loreto Chapel. But as we have discussed before, papers in this time period were not very reliable. But there was also an entry in the sisters' logbook showing that they had paid this Frank the equivalent of around $4,700 for wood in 1881, confirming he did do some work for them. Of course, this has been disputed as well, as the memo in the logbook specifically reads, "Paid for wood, Mr. Rochat, for in school," a reference to a nearby school he built for the sisters. So I ask you, did St. Joseph really show up and build this staircase after all the prayers from the sisters, or was it Frank Rochat? Around the year 1900, the British Embassy in Paris would be interrupted by the entrance of a young woman who was very distraught. This woman and her mother, apparently on their way home, had stopped at a hotel, but because hotels were booked up almost everywhere that time of the year, the two end up having to book separate single rooms inside the same hotel. Her mother would take room 342, and unfortunately, he would be the last thing she did, as she would lose consciousness right after and landed on the bed. Her daughter was worried like any of us would be and went to go get a hotel doctor. He would go to examine her mother and ran back down to speak to the hotel manager in French before turning back to the young woman and telling her in English her mother was very ill and they had to go get her some medicine, but the ones they needed were on the other side of town. So she jumped into the doctor's carriage and they took off to get it. But what should have been a very quick trip to get and return with the medicine took forever. For some reason, the driver kept the horses at a slow pace and they seemed to just go in circles. And on top of that, when they finally got there and the doctor went in to get the medicine, it took him forever to come back out to the carriage. Finally, after being gone for a few hours, they returned to the hotel and she rushed to the manager to ask how her mother was doing. And the manager blankly stared and said, "I know nothing of your mother. You arrived here alone." By this time, the young lady's frustration was boiling over. But luckily, the doctor walked back in to straighten things out. Except he didn't. He actually was just as confused by her questions as the manager, even though he had just drove her across town. The girl, probably thinking she was losing her mind, rushed over to check at the hotel register to see her mother's signature was no longer there. Instead, a stranger's name was now next to room 342. She refused to believe it though, and demanded to see the room. And the manager finally gave in and took her to see it. And it wasn't even the same room she had left her mother in. Different wallpaper, different curtains, and the luggage was missing. All in all, a crazy story. That's probably not true. Actually, I would say a lot of you have already heard this story before, as it's been collected in various scary storybooks over the century, and it's even been featured on TV shows as well as movies. But how much of it was true? Or is this the 19th century version of creepypasta? And if so, where did it come from? That's the mystery. And the investigation into this might actually surprise you, because as early as the 1920s, journalists were actually trying to trace down the origin of the story. And one writer in particular, for the New Yorker, Alexander Woollcott, would document his pursuit in finding the origin in his articles. And in his last column, he would write that a source at the Chicago Journal told him the tale began at the Detroit Free Press with a then young man named Carl Harriman. So Woollcott contacted this Harriman, who told him that he sort of remembered publishing the story back around 1898 or 1899, but he was hazy on the details. He wasn't sure if it was a fictional story he created, or if someone told him that story as an anecdote and then he just expanded on it. Since Woollcott was not getting anywhere with Harriman, he continued his research, and by the 1930s, he finally found what he thought was the first official documentation on the account in a 1911 news story printed in the London Daily Mail, and he found that it gave the bare minimum parts of the story. Woollcott was now about to mark the mystery closed when a famous Chicago reporter named Richard Henry Little would claim in his article that once again, the whole story had been quickly created on the spot by Mr. Carl Harriman, late one night to just fill a vacant column in the next morning's issue of the Detroit Press. Now, Woollcott, who I'm guessing at this point was getting annoyed with Harriman, would contact him again and ask him point blank, was it true he created the story on the spot that night, or was it possible that he, like a bunch of other people, had just heard the story during his travels? And Harriman again played dumb and said he couldn't remember. Woollcott now believed that Harriman was just lying to him, because as he reasoned, he found it difficult to believe that someone could craft such a tale like the Vanishing Lady, which by this time had become a well-known story throughout the world, and then just completely forget that he created it. On top of that, the story was never found in any article of the Detroit Free Press. Woollcott would never get his answer, and the mystery of the story would lay by the wayside for the next 80 years, when in 2010, an urban legend researcher, Bonnie Taylor Blake, along with the Quote Investigator website, a fact-check site that traces down widely circulated quotes, would begin their research, and what they found was a bit surprising. They actually found two separate tellings of the story in the Detroit Free Press archives, but neither were written by Harriman. Well, maybe not, because come to find out, one of the articles was written by a Kenneth Herford, who penned the article on September 18, 1898, and entitled it as Porch Tales, The Disappearance of Mrs. Neeb. Now what's important here is, Information about the writer Kenneth Hereford is scarce, but what is available mirrors Harriman's career exactly. Both went to the same school, they showed up at the same newspapers at the same time, they both went to England on behalf of the newspaper at the same time, etc., etc. But Hereford disappeared. At the same time, Harriman got a job as editor, which means Hereford was Harriman's pseudonym. Okay, so does that mean Harriman was the source of the story? Actually, no, because as mentioned, there were 2 instances of this article popping up in the Detroit Free Press. The other one appeared about 10 months before Harriman/Hereford's article, and this version of the tale is not linked to him or his pseudonym. While the story is a tad different, it follows basically the same premise, except in this version, a police detective is involved and straight up tells the daughter that she died from smallpox, and to protect the city and prevent panic and financial ruin, they had to cover it up and put her mother in an unmarked grave. The story appeared on the same day in at least 3 of the biggest city newspapers in the country, close to a year before Harriman's. In the Philadelphia Inquirer, it took it a step further and claimed that the anonymous writer knew these people personally, and the story did in fact happen. Now, all of these different newspapers that covered the story did not cite an author, except for one. The author of the Los Angeles Sunday Times stated that it came from a special contributor, that of Nancy V. McClellan. And just who was she? Well, Nancy had actually lived in Paris for a while and had published several short stories around the time, but most importantly, she worked for the Philadelphia Press in 1897. At the same time, the anonymous writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer claimed to have knew the people in the story personally. And although the story was published in 1897, in many of the tellings, it took place during the 1889 Paris Exposition, and it's very possible that the Americans coming back home from that could have shared the urban legend with McClellan, or it's just as likely she created it all by herself, since she was a fiction writer. Which brings us back to Harriman. Remember when he said that he couldn't remember if he had invented the story, or if it had been told to him as an anecdote that he expanded on? Well, it was the latter, as he did not create the story. The problem is, no one is for sure that Nancy McClellan did either. So I ask you, was it a 19th century version of creepypasta, where we will never know who the real author is, or did Nancy write it? Furthermore, is it possible that it was based on at least some element of truth? I'd love for you to let me know in the comment section below. This next one, I just have to say, God bless those digging through the Wayback Machine to bring us some incredibly weird and bizarre paranormal tales. This next one comes from the now defunct website UFOfreeparanormal.com, which covered all things paranormal and, of course, took reader emails that shared their own stories. Remarkably, the site debuted in 1994, which makes it a real look back into the past, but this next story actually goes back to 1983, as an email published by the website admin would assert. According to this person, who wished to remain anonymous, he would go on to tell that he lived in an apartment in Hightstown, New Jersey. The sender would tell the story of how he had went to a flea market and purchased an object from a seller who apparently didn't know what it was, but our writer of the email was big into buying black wrought iron objects at the time, and that's exactly what this was, and it was about the size of a small ball. He would tell it had somewhat of a crisscross design with openings that ended at the top with a small ball, and he ended up buying it for 25 cents, even though he didn't know what it was. But he took it home and set it in the center of a corner table near his kitchen, but in the dining room, where it sat for the next week. But that's when the weirdness would begin, because one night, when he went to sleep, he would wake up to see a very bright light shining into his living room through the curtains. Now, our author typically wore glasses, but of course, he could not sleep with them on, so when he rolled over to see what was going on, all he could see was a bursting light of color, kind of like looking at a car's headlights. But this light was very bright, and he had the feeling he better not put on his glasses. Just then, he felt like he was being directed to look over to the table holding the little object that he had bought. He didn't know why, but something was telling him to do it, so he did. And all he could see from the ceiling were colors of gold, silver, red, green, and blue sparkles floating down over this object. He remarked how beautiful it was. After watching for what seemed like seconds, he rolled back over and went to sleep, which I find odd. The next morning, he got up and had no memory of what had happened the night before. He then began to drink his tea and read the paper, and while doing so, he thought, I'll take a quick peek at the little object that I bought, and he was pretty shocked, because the little object had been sliced completely in two, each piece laying on its side. He picked it up to get a closer look, and it appeared as if someone had taken a tool and sliced it in half evenly, just as well as smoothly. He would try to super glue it back together, but it didn't really look right, so he just trashed it. Strangely, he would convey that he tried to tell this story multiple times over the years, but something, or someone, always stopped him. But in 1993, he would attend a local meeting about UFO sightings and finally shared his story. Yet, no one had answers. And as of 1998, when this story was written, there was still no answers. Considering how long it's been, I really hope this individual got some closure. But what about theories? Well, let's go to the obvious ones first. It's very possible that this anonymous author wanted nothing more than to craft a tale that would be published on the website. Second theory, if he was telling the truth, I would have to lean to the thought that he was dreaming, maybe even sleep paralysis. But if we are going to look into the paranormal thoughts, all I can come up with is he bought a cursed item of some kind. Maybe someone can leave a better suggestion in the comment section below. The Cascades are a beautiful and major mountain range that runs from Northern California to British Columbia, Canada, and it's home to the ever-spooky Mount Rainier, a site that is always coming up in those scary disappearance stories. But our next mystery actually takes place in an area called Goblin Creek, where our Redditor, Jack Spratt90, would start us off with a mysterious post. He would begin by talking about how him and his father had spent his early years exploring the mountains, fishing, and hunting. He would also stop to collect a specific type of rock that you could cut in half and polish it to resemble a picture of the view of the mountains from within a cave. He would then take these stones, which he could not remember their true name, and just called them picture rocks, and would take them to a local art gallery / mineral shop that belonged to his dad's friend. The creek where he would get these rocks wasn't extremely long, but he rarely seen people out there. Actually, it had only happened twice. Once was a game warden, and the second time was where our mystery comes in. When he was about 14 years old, he remembered hauling a bag full of those picture rocks back to his dad's truck, and along the way, he passed a man about 30 years old. He would remark both of them seemed surprised to have ran into one another in such a remote location. As he got closer to this man, the stranger would get more and more nervous, almost as if he had seen a ghost, but they passed each other without saying anything, although the man did stare at him like he was trying to figure out what to say. As Jack Spratt90 made his way back to his dad's truck, he could not get over just how much this guy looked like someone in his family. He just couldn't place who. He would then dump the rocks off to the truck and go back down to the creek to link up with his dad and tell him. But his dad had not seen the man, and that was it for a while, and the boy grew up remembering this weird occasion. He actually remembered it vividly, but it would be when he came back as an adult to visit his parents that our story continues. After hanging out with them for a while, he got the urge to go visit Goblin Creek for nostalgic purposes, as it had been 15 years since he had been up in those mountains. On his way there, he parked where his dad used to park and began walking through the woods to the creek. But on his way in, he saw something that stunned him. There was a boy, about 14 years old, wearing a backpack that looked to be burdened by some heavy weight. When he got closer, he got even more confused, because this boy looked exactly like he did at that age. He was going to say something to him when he passed, but he could not come up with the words, and the boy kept walking. So Jack Spratt90 continued to walk as well, and that's when it hit him. That boy was himself 15 years ago, and he had just experienced the other side of a time loop. He quickly ran back to try and find the boy, but he was gone. But he remembered he should go check the creek where his father had been those 15 years ago. and where he himself had went. But when he got there, no one was there. He even walked down the creek some, searching, and found nothing. He would end up going home and told no one of the experience because he didn't think they would believe him. A crazy story, and the theories are just as crazy. Of course, you get your typical glitch in the matrix, but there's also the thought of it being time travel. But the big one is closed time-like curve, which is a concept in general relativity that describes a situation where an object in space-time can return back to its own past. Basically, it's a path through the fabric of space-time that loops back on itself. Of course, it's all theoretical, and the answer to what really happened to Jack Sprat 90 will probably never be known. Crewe, Virginia, May or June of 1968. A man who only disclosed his first name as Bob would recount a very interesting story. It all began when he was a young child in the rural area of Virginia when his mother began giving birth. His dad would send him along with his brother out to the front porch to wash their hands. Remember, this is rural Virginia in the 1960s. It's then, at this very critical juncture, that Bob would spot something that scared him to death. While washing his hands, he saw a childlike creature step up onto the porch. He was terrified and quickly turned to his brother, who was also on the porch, but he apparently had not seen it. Bob would try to speak to tell him what he had seen, but it was like he couldn't talk, like this creature was stopping him from it somehow. He would go on to describe this being as having pinkish red skin, big shiny eyes, and a mouth. He could not recall seeing a nose since it was so small, but he did remember it having small like hooves, which led him to calling it a devil. It also moved insanely fast, which is why his brother must not have spotted it. Bob would not say anything about this for years, and only told his father shortly before he died about a decade later, although his father did not believe him. This report originally came in to author/paranormal researcher M.J. Wayland, who has published several articles and books and documented hundreds of paranormal incidents over the years. And after receiving this report, MJ would begin researching more into the so-called Red Devil sightings of Virginia. He soon came across a now-defunct website called The Spheres of Influence, edited by a Chris C., who launched the website after witnessing the Red Devil himself. One of these incidents came in 1992, when a witness going by CM wrote that after high school, this young man and a friend visited a local trail around 4:30 p.m. when they spotted a devil around 2 to 3 foot tall, covered in red fur. He let out a piercing laugh, which caused the two to freak out and take off running. The devil chased his friend for about 10 to 20 feet before returning back to the woods, laughing all the way. A month later, a JP came forward and reported while driving Red Hills Road through Horntown, he stopped to turn around and ended up backing up this little side road. All of a sudden, his truck made a sound that we never want to hear, the scraping of something underneath the vehicle on the road. He opened the truck door, jumped out, and was going to look underneath to see what was damaged. But all of a sudden, he instead heard a noise in the bushes, one that spooked him enough that he jumped back into his truck, thinking he was about to be attacked by a wild animal. He then turned to look out the back window, and the devil slowly stepped out of the bushes, first revealing his hands, and then a large grin. JP said he was about 3 to 4 foot tall and looked like a satyr, which is a creature from Greek mythology that is half human, half goat, and is usually depicted as having a permanent erection. Thankfully, JP never disclosed if he's seen that erection or not, but he did describe it having red hair all over its body and legs of an animal, hooves like a horse or goat. And of course, this caused him to put the truck in gear and drive off quickly. But it doesn't stop there, because just 3 years later, in 1995, a husband and wife parked in an area called Red Hills, claimed they spotted the little being staring into their vehicle, and as soon as they noticed him, he took off into the woods. The sighting stopped again for 2 years until April 1997, when a JS was on a back road and saw a little thing that looked like a white dog until it stood up on 2 legs and walked off into the woods. Then, 2 months after that, in Chincoteague, a person known only as BCM spotted a being 3 foot tall, with a pudgy stomach with white fur. Its legs were very angled, and its head was pointed with deep eyes that seemed dark, which led to its face blending in with its fur. It had thin arms, with hands that had claws. It stood there a few seconds until the startled witness jumped back, causing the thing to gallop off on its legs. So going by all that, the creature was originally reported as red, and then white about 3 decades later, indicating that it probably aged, although, curiously, other sightings in that time period were also described as red. But what's really interesting is its other features: the height, the covered in fur, the hooved feet, and the laugh. All that has remained consistent in every sighting over the decades. But what in the world is it? Interestingly, some have attempted to trace it to legends from local indigenous peoples, particularly that of the Maliseet Nation of New Brunswick, who tell of magical little beings who appear at certain times and places in the Native American community. They are said to represent an omen, good or bad, but they are more known for playing pranks and tricks on people, usually in the middle of the night, by thumping the side of your camp or canoe, braiding horse manes, tying your clothes to a clothesline, or throwing stones in the lake while you're fishing. Of course, these are just Native American legends, but they kinda mirror some European ones, like the satyr we mentioned previously. Others try to connect him to a Native American version of Spring Hill Jack. Of course, it's also very possible the people are just misidentifying normal wildlife. Alright guys, you know what time it is. It's the Mystery Roundup segment, where we take the smaller, less interesting mysteries, or the ones without much info available, and combine them into one little section. So let's begin with Corbin Bleu, Wikipedia translator. Corbin Bleu is an American actor and singer who came to prominence in the late 2000s for his role as Chad Danforth in the High School Musical trilogy. But the mystery revolves around his Wikipedia page that, for some reason, has been translated into 212 languages, making his page the 3rd most translated in Wikipedia history. Even more impressive, it has even been translated to Old English and Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs. But why do this? That's the mystery. The IP behind the user doing it is in Saudi Arabia, and the only theory for why he's doing it is because he's a superfan, although I guess he could be trolling too. The Carmel creature refers to a cryptid that was spotted on December 12, 2014 in Carmel, Indiana, when Ron McGlone of the Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON, would get a report from a witness driving in Carmel when he came up over a hill and saw a 7-foot-tall gray slim creature with muscular legs that walked like its knees were backwards and had no arms and no jawline. The witness was a 60-year-old former Marine whose wife said that he was a skeptic and would have never admitted it happened if he had not been in shock. He would even create a sketch when he got home. The reason I didn't cover this one more is that's pretty much it. That's the only thing we got. The only theories are that it was a cryptid sorta like the Fresno Nightcrawler, although some wildlife experts in the Carmel area state that it was probably just a deer walking on its back legs. The Eternal Flame of New York is a small natural gas flame located within the Eternal Flame Falls, a waterfall in Chestnut Ridge Park near Orchard Park, New York. It is unique because it burns continuously behind the waterfall, fueled by natural methane gas seeping up from the cracks in the rocks. You can see it any time by going to the park, and on the few times that it is extinguished, hikers or passerbys usually relight it. It's pretty cool, but not really a mystery. The Penarth Big Cat / Pterodactyl 2005 is another cryptid sighting from Penarth, Wales, from a woman sitting in her garden and looked up to see an unknown creature spread out across the top of the wall. The woman walked closer to get a better look, and the animal jumped up and went over into her neighbor's garden. She said it was several feet long, and that it nearly scared her to death. And I know that don't sound like much of a mystery, but it's actually what happened a couple of days prior that makes it one. Because just days before this, in the same area, there was another reported cryptid sighting that made the local news. except that time it was supposed to be a cat, while this woman was adamant that it was a bird-type creature, which leads to the reason of why this one is even known here. It's because many cryptid sightings that end up in the same area oftentimes begin to overlap each other as far as descriptions go, such as seeing Bigfoot, or a big cat, or a bird, or even a dinosaur, which leads to the thought that some cryptids look similar to multiple other cryptids, while sometimes, like in this case, it's possible that the cat seen before transformed into the bird that the other lady seen, or at least that's what the theory states. The To Catch a Predator Craigslist Warner is a theory about the TV show To Catch a Predator, which was a show that ran from 2004 to 2007, and I probably don't have to tell you the show's premise, but for the few of you that don't know, Chris Hansen, along with Perverted Justice and law enforcement, busted predators. They would begin by chatting with them online and then lure them into meeting where law enforcement was waiting, but not before Chris Hansen would interview and embarrass them. But this mystery revolves around the time they set up to do a bust in Long Beach, because during that sting, a warning got posted to Craigslist advising that Dateline was in the area filming an episode, so for the other pervs not to fall for anything. This also happened at least one other time during a sting in Ohio. The theory is, who was the warner? Some people have suggested that maybe someone on the crew let something slip to someone they trusted, and then that person set out to do the warning. Others have wondered if there was a rogue agent working for Perverted Justice, but the most likely theory is it was some predator who recognized the signs during the chat and then went online to warn all the other local perverts. The Robert Downey Jr. whistleblower mystery was this theory that a whistleblower working from Hollywood who was working to expose abuse and trafficking going on by documenting it anonymously online was actually Robert Downey Jr. And honestly, I can't find why people think that, other than they like him as an actor. Regardless, he never confirmed it, or even acknowledged it, and then the story faded away just as quick as it first appeared. The Lion Man Encounters comes from the subreddit known as Humanoid Encounters, where Redditor J4BB3RW0CKY would tell the story of being 5 to 6 years old when his dad pulled up into a church parking lot to drop something off at the kitchen. He would note the back of the church was a large field surrounded by trees, when all of a sudden, 2 people in lion costumes suddenly appeared and began dancing around the car. These lions were aggressive but didn't try to get in. They instead continued to dance, which caused the car to rock slightly from being pushed by the lions. The Redditor would go on to say that he was scared and hid his face. When he looked up, the lions had disappeared. Years later, he would ask his dad about it, who vaguely remembered the event but thought it was a dream. He later speculated that it may have been the mischievous twin sons of his pastor. The pastor's twins were known to be troublemakers who lived next to the church. This took place sometime in the early 1990s, but he stated he still was not sure what happened that day. Although, I do think his theory about the twins being responsible is probably accurate. Alright guys, that does it for the roundup. Let's get back to the video. (2011) In the small town of Verkyansk, Russia, located deep within Siberia, where the climate is one of the coldest in the world, which is because it's in the Arctic Circle. And because of those reasons, it's sparsely populated, supporting around 1,300 people, which makes this next wildlife mystery even more scary, because it would be early that year in February that a so-called super pack of wolves were releasing chaos on the small village. Within 4 days, this super pack of wolves killed more than 30 horses, but that wasn't all they killed. They killed numerous other livestock as well. And you may think, well, that's part of living so close to the wild. But here's the thing, wolf packs usually number around 6 to 7, sometimes up to 12, and the largest wolf packs, although rare, can get up to 30 or so. But this wolf pack contained 400 wolves. Actually, it's not even really fair to call it a wolf pack. It was more like a confederation of wolf packs working together, which encompassed 400 wolves, which is just insane and dangerous as you think. And it left animal experts completely baffled, as this is not something ever seen before with wolves. The situation was bad enough that 24 teams of hunters were sent in to try and bring the population down, but what actually caused it? That is probably pretty easy to guess. According to wildlife experts, this most likely happened due to the extreme temperature drop, which had reached -56 Fahrenheit, and in turn killed off their usual prey, such as rabbits, because of the lack of food. This led to bigger packs working together to kill horses, something they would basically never attack in a smaller group. Citizens did take their own actions in addition to the hunters. They would set snares that caught some of the wolves, but didn't really slow them down. But is any of this true? After looking into the claims more, biologists and other wildlife experts begin to doubt the claims. First of all, it has to be said that Russia's media is not reputable, but what really makes it even more dubious is killing around 30 horses probably would not be enough to even feed 400 wolves. There's also the fact that the reporting kinda seemed to be all over the place. In addition to the 30 horses claimed killed, some sources stated they also killed 6 children, while no names were ever given, and other sources don't mention children at all. 2 years later, the stories popped up again, this time claiming that 300 horses and 16,000 deer were killed in 1 year, which seems like way more food than they would need. That's nearly 1 horse plus 44 deer a day, which is hard to believe. The claims even go further back though, with stories of wolf packs attacking a wedding party consisting of 120 people, and only 2 of those people survived. And although it was a widely circulated story, it was almost certainly false, because this story that was told as a fact in 1910 can actually be traced back to 1880 when Russian immigrants told the same story to Americans. The super pack wolf stories are largely now viewed as nothing more than fake news, and it doesn't help that the stories are usually circulated in tabloids that are not very reputable. And it also has to be pointed out, in spite of the 400 wolves roaming the countryside, not one picture was ever taken. When it comes to sightings of UFOs and alien beings, there is no case in America more famous than that of the Roswell incident. I probably don't even need to explain it to you, just because of how well known it is, but I'll give a brief summary anyways. The day was July 8th, 1947, and the location was obviously Roswell, New Mexico, when a local newspaper would release the headline, "Roswell Army Airfield Captures Flying Saucer." Apparently, there had been metallic and rubber debris recovered by the Army from a nearby ranch. The story was not only made news in the US, but all over the world. It went viral, or as much as viral could be back in those days. And strangely, the very next day, the story was redacted, and then later on, it was said it was nothing more than a conventional weather balloon. In fact, after this, it would come out that the balloon was part of the top secret Project Mogul, which was intended to use balloons to detect Soviet nuclear tests. Case closed, right? Well, as you already know, this would not be the case, and the actual story of what happened that day is still unknown, because although the government's official stance is still, it was nothing more than a balloon, many people within the military and government have came forward to speculate that it was more than that. In fact, 30 years later, retired Air Force officer Jesse Marcel came forward and claimed that the balloon story was nothing more than a cover story, and that the debris was actually of extraterrestrial origin. 2 years later, this became a huge fixture in American pop culture, with the release of a book called The Roswell Incident, which has since led to the belief that Roswell really seen a UFO crash that also included aliens, and depending on what story you believe, possibly even alien corpses and autopsies, and even culminating in reverse engineering of the flying saucers themselves. It became so popular that 50 years after the crash in the 1990s, the US Air Force finally published reports which showed Project Mogul was officially responsible for the crash and that there was no alien cover-up. Regardless, many people still believe it was in fact a UFO crash. But this is the Obscure series, and here we try to tackle the more unknown mysteries and theories, right? So where does this one take a bizarre turn? Well, that actually comes from the Soviet Union, when Joseph Stalin, who reigned from 1929 until 1953, apparently ordered an investigation into what the Americans knew about the UFO phenomenon, and especially the 1947 Roswell crash. Which makes sense too, because the Soviets likely suspected it was more than a weather balloon, and probably was interested in knowing exactly what this balloon was for. Likewise, if it was really a UFO, they would want to know that too. And we know all of this because of one key person, a man named Valery Burdakov, who holds a doctorate in engineering science and was professor at the Moscow Aviation Institute. He personally worked on many of the Soviet Union's ballistic missiles as well as their space program. And it's during this time, Professor Burdakov worked with another man named Dr. Sergei Koryalov, the top aeronautics expert and the Soviet head of rocket science in the 40s and 50s. According to Burdakov, Sergei was actually the one ordered to review the crash site at Roswell. Unfortunately, he would pass away in 1966, but Burdakov would begin doing a series of interviews in the 1990s where he revealed these details. One interview in particular was that of UFO researcher, journalist, and coast-to-coast anchor George Knapp, whom he met with in 1992. He would reveal that Stalin not only ordered Sergei to look at the UFO issue in general, but he ordered him to specifically review news clippings and broadcast transcripts about the Roswell crash and intelligence reports from Russian agents who had investigated the crash. And don't forget, New Mexico was home to a lot of Russian spies at the time due to nuclear testing going on at the area. It would actually be the year following Roswell that Sergei was summoned to the Kremlin and was given an office apartment with access to translators and began going over as many documents about the crash as he could find. After some time of studying whatever he could get his hands on, he turned over his report to Stalin, in which he stated it was his estimate that 1. UFOs did not belong to any foreign power. 2. The UFO phenomenon was real. 3. They did not, however, represent a threat to the security of the state. And finally, 4. They should be afforded further serious study. Stalin, unconvinced, would then bring in other scientists and assign them to the same task, and was surprised when they came back with the very same conclusion. These men were some of the top scientists of the Soviet Union at the time, and not known to embellish the facts. After this was told to Stalin, he advised Sergei to not discuss anything he had learned about the matter with anyone else, and we didn't even find out about him until the 1990s, when his name started popping up in magazines which covered the unexplained. And it was strictly due to him that Professor Burdakov also became interested in the unexplained. But is any of it true? Well, first, we have to look at one of the big facts in this one. Russian-born operatives were known to be very active in New Mexico at this time, especially near the military and the national laboratory facilities and test sites. This included the Los Alamos National Laboratory, Alamogordo Test Site, and Sandia National Laboratories. And it's very likely they would have passed along what they knew about the Roswell crash, especially considering when it became worldwide news that a UFO had crashed and was recovered. The Soviets would have feared any extraterrestrial technology being reverse engineered and used against them. So it's almost certain Stalin made Roswell the agent's top priority, and the Russians' intelligence gathering inside the states at this time was insane. The spies had been trained extensively to blend in as an everyday normal American and rarely were detected. Because of that weakness, the spies would have had no problem getting what info they needed. So now we know they had the means, and we know they were in the right location, and we know it would have been considered a top priority of the Soviet government. But do we know if the Soviets actually had any real proof that the US recovered an alien spacecraft in Roswell? Well, when this story got popular in the 90s, one UFO researcher, Dr. Richard Haynes, who had also worked for NASA, tried to build a group that combined both Russian and US UFO investigators. and one of their top aims was to find out what the Soviets actually knew about Roswell. In Dr. Haynes' research, he found that the Soviet archives contained no such documents that detailed Stalin's UFO files. When he asked the Russian UFO researchers, they could find nothing either. However, they came to the conclusion that these secret files were handed over to the US intelligence services during their political reforms of the 80s in the Soviet Union. However, one thing to remember in all this is, the story basically comes from one man, Professor Berdakov, who began giving interviews on it in the 90s. We never actually heard from Sergei since he was dead for close to 30 years at that point. While it don't mean it wasn't true, it's just hard to validate without any kind of document supporting it. For this next one, we go back to one of our most visited websites, the forums of Fortiana.org, where a user would tell a story that happened to him back in 1973 when he was 8 years old. He would recall that it was a Sunday afternoon in Essex, UK, and he was out with his dad, mom, and sisters blackberry picking so his mom would have enough berries to make a few pies. He would recall that the rest of the family had become interested in some of the more berry-rich bushes, and he got bored and wandered away about 80 feet or so. He would then crouch down in front of these big hedges and bushes where he spotted a gap in the foliage. So the young boy leaned over and looked inside, and what he seen would shock him. There, in the middle of this bush, was this huge web made of strands that looked sorta like steel wire, and sitting inside was the biggest spider he had ever seen. He estimated it was about 4 feet from tip to tip, and he described it as being brown with patches of pink coloring. He began shouting at his parents to come over and look, but they were so focused on the berry picking that they blew him off. He would finish by saying the moment had been burned into his memory, and for all those years he tried to rationalize what it was that he saw. He wondered if he had really seen a giant spider, or maybe something else altogether. Thankfully for his sake, he had an interesting reply that seemed to confirm his story. The poster would tell him he wasn't alone, because he had witnessed the same exact thing. He would state his sighting took place in Manchester, about a 4-hour drive away, and that he was 10 years old when it happened, although he didn't list a year. According to his tale of events, the story began one day when he happened to notice a large rusty brown bundle that sat in some lower branches of a neighbor's tree where it met the trunk. He would walk over to look, to see exactly what it was that he was looking at, but when he got close, he seen a giant spider, and it was brown colored, about 3 foot in size, and had pink patches on it. Its legs held tightly to its body, and it looked like it was crouched up. He recalled being scared, but intrigued. Since this sat on the front lawn, he just happened to see his friends playing out in the street and neighboring yards, and called for them to come look, which they did, but they did not seem to be too interested and went back to playing. The boy, not wanting to give up yet, would go knock on his neighbor's door, the same neighbor whose yard this tree was sitting in, and he told them what was living in their tree, and the neighbor basically made fun of him for it. He then said it was probably poisonous and to leave it alone. He didn't even go look at it. So the boy let it go, but he did come back a few days later to try and poke the thing with a stick. He stated it was heavy and did not budge. After this, he got too spooked out and stopped. But crazily enough, the following day, a neighbor who lived 2 doors down had a dog end up disappearing. And this dog was not the type to wander the neighborhood, and it greatly upset the owner. The author of the post wondered ever since if the two events were connected. He closed up his post by saying he had told the story to a few people over the years, but was always ridiculed for it, and people always believed he was lying or imagined the whole thing. But now he wondered if the two had seen the same exact thing. He believed if it was, it had to be a creature that moved during the night, and probably didn't move much at all, opting to stay in the spot for as long as it could, trying to keep out of sight. Now I tried to find more on the giant spiders in the UK mystery, but unfortunately didn't find much. Although the great raft spider, which was once endangered in the UK, has started making a comeback in the past decade, but even these spiders at their biggest only get up to around 10 inches, a far cry from the 3-foot arachnid the posters on Fordiana claimed to see. So what was it? Of course, it very well could have been an attempt to troll the users on that board, but it could have also been just the wild imagination of a young child who's seen something else. Or it's possible pareidolia was to blame. You know, the tendency for the human brain to see patterns. Maybe what they thought was a spider was nothing more than foliage and webs. Of course, maybe they really discovered a new species of spider. So this next one involves an obscure conspiracy that is connected to a mystery I previously covered. That one was about the unsolved murder of a young woman named Mary Rogers, or also known as the Cigar Girl. It was covered in the Historical Mysteries and Oddities Part 2 video, and I will put a link up now and highly recommend you go watch that before you watch this. However, if you're busy with something else, or laying down, or just don't want to click away, I will give a brief summary of that mystery for those who have never heard it, and then we'll get to the obscure conspiracy. Mary Cecilia Rogers, a strikingly beautiful young woman, became a sensation in New York City in the early 1840s when she took a job at John Anderson's cigar shop, drawing attention and customers alike. After mysteriously disappearing for 6 days, in January 1841, she returned home but seemed emotionally changed, providing vague answers about visiting relatives. Rumors soon spread about her involvement with a naval officer, and she quit her job at the cigar shop. By July, she was engaged to a man named Daniel Payne, but her sudden disappearance again in late July led to a widespread search and tragic discovery. Mary's body was found brutally mutilated near the shore, sparking a media frenzy and public outrage. Several theories about her murder circulated, including accounts of her being seen with a gang of rough men and a well-dressed, dark-complexioned man resembling the officer she had been seen with before. Witnesses placed her at Hoboken on the day of her death, and conflicting reports emerged about her final hours, which brought about various leads, including items found near the crime scene. Mrs. Loss, a local innkeeper, later suggested Mary had died from a botched abortion, though this contradicted the coroner's report of foul play. The case remains unsolved, with suspects including the naval officer, her fiancé Daniel Payne, who later committed suicide, and even her former employer, John Anderson. Speculation swirled about the involvement of other men in a possible cover-up. The case even inspired Edgar Allan Poe's story, The Mystery of Marie Roget, the first fictional crime tale based on a real-life event, cementing the tragic mystery of Mary Rogers in literary history. Now let's pick it up there. It may not surprise you, or it may, that this conspiracy actually suggests that Mary was murdered by none other than Edgar Allan Poe himself. See, the short story contained many accurate details about the murder not known by the general public at the time, which of course begs the question, just how did he know this? But in researching this conspiracy, and from previously covering the topic, the case was so infamous at the time, and police procedures were so different, and because of that, many of the details were leaked to the press. So considering Poe was said to be obsessed with the case, and he scanned the papers every day for facts about it, then it's completely plausible that he took what was known about it, changed her name and the location the story took place, and his fictional account was done. His theories about what really happened were just that, guesses on the available evidence. The police at the time did even state that his theory was probably correct, although they did point out he never named a suspect. So where does this one come from? Strangely, there's not a lot about it, except for a couple of key things. First, goes back to that cigar shop where Mary quickly became the attention of many men in the surrounding area. These men included such famous names as James Fenimore Cooper, author of The Last of the Mohicans, Washington Irving, author of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, and of course, Edgar Allan Poe, who also dropped in to see her. Adding more speculation would come via a book written by author Irvin Wallace, best known for his heavily researched novels, and in a book called The Fabulous Originals, Lives of Extraordinary People Who Inspired Memorable Characters in Fiction. He would write that one of the top suspects was Edgar Allan Poe, and he would cite one very specific reason for this. According to him, during his research, he found that Poe had went and met John Anderson, the man who had opened the cigar shop and hired Mary. According to him, Poe began discussing Mary's murder with him while he was in the midst of researching for his fictionalized account of her murder. And I guess from this, he had told John all these details about it that no one else knew at the time, or at the very least, John didn't know about it. This is basically the only reference I can find for this conspiracy, and at best, it's a bit of a stretch. Although I was able to find other sources that stated that even at the time, there were strong rumors that John Anderson himself paid Edgar Allan Poe $5,000 to write the story in hopes that it would distract everyone from looking at him, because at the time, he was considered a suspect too, definitely to the public. John would even go to his deathbed, telling his loved ones that Mary's ghost had haunted him for decades. We now go to the paranormal section of the About.com website, where we find our next bizarre tale. This story begins in October of 1981, with the location being Atwater, California, when two young brothers were visiting their cousin. At some point, the three would decide to leave the home and head outside to do some exploring in the area, as they knew nearby was an old single-story abandoned brick building where equipment was once stored. It's here they decided to walk in and take a look around. The building was long and divided into 4 rooms with no windows and only one door per room. They slowly walked inside, checking every room, and come to find out, they were all empty. The brothers had fun anyways, telling ghost stories and writing on the walls with chalk. It was at the last room of the hall they spent the most time, and the older brother who was telling the story, and is also unnamed, would tell his younger brother to go back down the hall to the first room and get his comb, because he thought he dropped it there. So his brother did as told and walked down the very long hall to the first room to search for the comb. Meanwhile, the older brother and cousin walked outside and sat down in the grass next to a ditch near the building. That's when the older brother spotted his comb, as it had fell out of his shirt pocket, so he yelled for his younger brother to come on as he had found it. Yet, no reply. He waited around 10 minutes and called back out for him again, and still no reply. This led to both brother and cousin yelling for him, before giving up and walking back towards the building. As they made their way, he was stunned to see his little brother emerging from the last room, right where the older brother and cousin had been previously. He was now confused on how he even made it there without either one of them seeing him. But there was more to worry about, as his brother was crying with this confused look on his face. He then collapsed to the ground. The older brother was now scared and didn't know what to do, so he and his cousin rushed over to pick him up. He then asked him how he even got in that last room without passing them, but his brother went into sort of a mild seizure and said something about a hole in the floor that was getting bigger, as well as a hole in the wall. While relaying this, he started to cry uncontrollably as the two tried to comfort him. Soon his brother became completely silent and seemed to just stare into the distance. They took him back to his cousin's house and told his mom what had happened, and she got very upset. The older brother and cousin went back to the building and searched all the rooms and found nothing unusual. But after this is when the mystery really starts, because his little brother up to that point had been very outgoing, friendly, and talkative, but after this incident, he was now withdrawn, quiet, and perpetually nervous. Even after maturing and becoming an adult, he continued to live with his mother because he couldn't even concentrate to do simple tasks. He couldn't even dress himself, so his mother had to help. That's pretty much it to this story. The author, as far as I know, never offered a follow-up, and since it was posted by paranormal researcher Stephen Wagner, it's difficult to say who originally reported it to him. But let's take a look at some of the theories, shall we? Let's get the obvious one out of the way first. Stephen Wagner was given a purely fictional account which never happened. With that one out of the way, let's take a look at the rest. The main paranormal theory is his little brother accidentally stumbled into a portal, an unfortunate portal, one he entered and went out of our reality only to return horribly changed by what he witnessed, which must have been some kind of traumatic event, or it's even possible he was replaced by someone or something else. This one would make a little sense, considering the brother described seeing a growing hole, which may have been temporarily a tear between dimensions. Looking at the more down-to-earth theories, it's possible that he had experienced a reaction called sudden traumatic stress, which can happen after having a life-threatening event. But there was no life-threatening event in that room since it was completely empty, right? Well, it's possible he imagined the whole thing, which could have been indicative of a mental illness. Of course, this doesn't explain how he was seemingly transported across the building into another room. Morgan County, Kentucky. Sometime around the year 1900, a man known as French Ferguson was walking down the road about midnight. Where he was going and where he came from, as well as other details, are lost to time. However, what's important is what happened next, because as he was walking by this hollow, or known colloquially as holler, he would hear a noise that startled him. So French stopped and looked and listened. While he was scanning the horizon, looking for any kind of movement, he soon seen a white figure coming up out of the holler. He continued to watch it as it made its way closer and closer. Soon he realized it was a man without a head. And before French could even turn to run, the being got closer and faded away, vanishing into the midnight air. It would be for years after this strange occurrence that the locals would begin seeing strange moving lights around the area at night. This story was collected in a book called Ghosts Across Kentucky, written by William Linwood Montell. And whoever told him this story would go on to say that later on, his parents decided to build a house at the mouth of the holler, and the neighbors all came to them and begged them to stop, claiming that the so-called booger lived up in a rock cliff above where their house was being built. However, his parents continued with the construction, and soon after this, the lights disappeared and so did the booger. The author closed by stating these two weird occurrences is what led to the name of this area, Haint Holler. And you may be asking yourself, what is a haint? Haint is simply an alternate spelling of haunt, and it's often used to describe a ghost or evil spirit in the South. And knowing that, what do we make of this weird unexplained phenomena? Well, it was actually put on this iceberg because of its comparisons to two different type cryptids. First was obviously a Sasquatch, and if you watch the Southern series, you will know people in the Commonwealth of Virginia call their Sasquatch Wood Booger, and Morgan County, where this story takes place, is in eastern Kentucky, and although it's closer to West Virginia than Virginia, you could easily see how the term booger for Sasquatch might stretch over into this area as well. However, the creature in this story was described as being solid white, whereas the wood booger of Virginia is described as being brown, although there is the occasional reporting of an albino Sasquatch. Next is the theory that it might have been an albino ground sloth, which is an animal that has been extinct for a long time, but reportings still pop up like crazy, and many of those in North America. Regardless, in either case, it's odd that the lights seen in the area disappeared along with the creature after the house was built, which obviously means there's some kind of connection between the creature and the lights, which suggests it might be more spirit related than cryptid. In isolated rural areas of Appalachia, especially in places like Hollers, which is just a little rural neighborhood inside a valley or ravine, ghost stories are pretty common. Areas like this are often filled with the forest area, cliffs, and winding roads, which makes it a bit spookier. This leads me to the final theory, and this is one based on my own experiences. I grew up in an area similar to the location of this story, and I've been to many hollers, and although where I grew up was not called a holler, it was basically an unofficial one. And why this matters is, I heard this same exact story when I was little. Even though I'm not close to Morgan County where it takes place, I am in Appalachia, in the general region where it occurred, and I heard this story before this book even came out in the early 2000s. The only difference being, the white headless figure in the holler was on a white ghost horse, and it was often told that the holler used to be a logging trail where something bad happened to this ghost. So considering I heard the same tale before it was even collected in this book, I have to chalk the whole thing up to good old Appalachian folktales. If you have followed this channel for a while now, you will know I have a heavy interest in history, and to be specific, the exploration period, which started with Columbus and, depending on the source, ended around the 17th century. And although most of the world had been explored by then, there were still the obvious places that man had never seen, like Antarctica, Australia, New Zealand, the innermost parts of America and Canada, and of course, deep within the Amazon. And that's where this story starts at, deep in Brazil, in a state called Mato Grosso, meaning thick bush. The area is pretty remote and holds only a little over 1.5% of Brazil's population, in spite of the fact that it's the third biggest state. That might be because the land that it encompasses, which consists of the Amazon, the Cerrado, a tropical savanna, and the Pantanal, a tropical wetland sorta like the Everglades, actually the largest one in the world. And this doesn't even account for the natives that for the longest time attacked anyone wandering into the area, even in the early 20th century, or the various tropical diseases and dangerous animals. And it might be because of the mystery surrounding this land, some have suggested something important is hidden there. Many Hollow Earth believers actually think this area has access points that connect to the Hollow Earth, where white Indians live and prehistoric beasts roam around in the swamps. Heck, even the famous Percy Fawcett believed the lost city of Z was located here, and Fawcett, as you already know, vanished in this area and was never seen again. But he's not the only explorer to come look for this subterranean city. Fawcett, before his own exploration, was granted access to historical documents archived in Rio de Janeiro, and he found as early as 1734 a Portuguese expedition that took place in a large mountain range with the goal of finding silver and gold. They came up on a small crack in one of the mountains, and they started crawling through it. When they came out on the other side, they discovered an enormous city. Unfortunately, the buildings here appeared to have been devastated by an earthquake, and huge blocks of granite that had fell from the buildings lay around the area. The explorers also found a sacrificial altar made of gold, hieroglyphics, and strange faces carved into stone. Further exploration led into finding gold coins laying all around the ruins, and they also found several underground shafts on the outside of the city. They decided to rush back to civilization and tell everyone what they had found, but before they could leave, they encountered two men among the ruins. They had white skin and long black hair and wore robes, and the party stopped to talk to these two men. But meanwhile, they sent one of the native runners they brought with them back to tell Brazilian authorities what they had found, and he made it there and relayed the news. But long story short, this expedition crew was never seen again. There were other expeditions to the area as well, but we're going to discuss the one that landed on this iceberg, that of the expedition led by Senor Medellin. This comes from a Harold T. Wilkins, a British author who compiled numerous accounts of the exploration of South America. According to Harold, in 1927, an expedition into the jungles led by Senor Medellin would find an area described as City Under the Mountains. It's here, he stated, they had ambushed and caught a dwarfish man about 4 foot tall with very red eyes, who had a thick bushy beard that reached down to his waist, and he wore a buckle made from solid gold. Medellin would go on to say that he met more of these pygmy people later on, and that they had dark-colored white skin. But that wasn't even the most unusual part. That came when he started describing their red eyes, who Medellin described as being cat-like in appearance, specifically that they shine like a cat's eyes in the firelight. Now going back to Wilkins, who was documenting this account, he would go on to say that his informant told him these dwarves lived in tunnels on the outskirts of the city, or they had rooms carved into the rock of the mountain, and most importantly, he noted they carried long curved knives made of pure gold. But getting back to Senor Medellin, he and his crew would leave the city underneath the mountain with as much gold as they could carry, and that's it. There's no closure left by Wilkins, so we don't know if they vanished like the other explorers, or if they quietly took their gold back and lived the rest of their lives as rich men. What's even more interesting in the tales of the so-called dwarves living in the holes cut in the mountain is in the last telegraph Percy Fawcett sent back to London. He specifically stated the City of Gold was guarded by a ferocious tribe of short, squat cannibals that lived in holes and caves on the outside of the city. Although he said they were armed with rocks and clubs, not golden knives, he also noted their great vision at night, citing they slept all day and stayed in their underground home until night, which kinda matches up with Senor Medellin's account of their red eyes glowing at night. But that's pretty much all we know about this expedition to this underground city in 1927. So what do we take from this? Is any of it true? I think the first thing we have to look at is the source. It was collected and put in a book by a man named Harold T. Wilkins, but who is he? As noted earlier, he researched and found many stories revolving around the exploration of South America, especially from the 19th and 20th centuries. But there's one issue with this. Wilkins was described by almost everyone in the scholarly world as a pseudo-historic writer. Anthropologist John Alden Mason pointed out that almost everything Wilkins has written has been proven incorrect, while an academic journal claimed his book, Mysteries of Ancient South America, was just total science fiction. Other scholars have said he was nothing but a crank. And maybe worst of all, he was known to plagiarize a lot of his material. So I mean, the source for this story is not the best. It's possible he just relayed common folklore he heard or read about from the area. Or it's even possible he straight up copied the material from another writer. The red disc tape is a mix of unexplained phenomena and lost media. The images you see here are allegedly of a red flying saucer that was recorded by two men in the Mojave Desert in 1994. It was recorded on a Hyatt camcorder, which was a common camera at the time. They had recorded it while it was hovering or moving above their car. The two men are still unknown to this day, which stinks for UFO investigators because the whole case is deemed odd since most UFOs are metallic or gray in description, but this one was red. But the lost media part comes in because, well, the video is not available to the larger public. It's not technically lost, but instead kept in a private collection. Whose is unknown, but it's possible it's not being released due to the fear of ridicule or maybe fear of people attacking its legitimacy. The only thing available are these screenshots. Another reason it's deemed important though is the film has been reviewed by Royce Myers, a UFO researcher who is considered one of the more credible people in the field because he is known for taking a more skeptical approach to UFO claims, and he deemed the footage authentic, which of course gives it a little bit more legitimacy and drives the interest in finding the original footage, with the UFO Watchdog Twitter account even making efforts to find the people who recorded it as late as 2022. Bob Lazar, one of the most controversial people in the UFO community, and part of that is due to the fact that, well, so many people believe him. His appearance on Joe Rogan alone garnered 61 million views, and considering Rogan later on said he believed him, well, that's all a lot of those 61 million people needed to hear to believe it too. But of course, as I mentioned, he is mired in controversy because he also has his fair share of skeptics, and a lot of these are in the UFO community. But what exactly has Bob Lazar claimed? Well, a lot of that is pretty well known, so I'm not going to spend too much time diving into it, but supposedly, he worked on a classified US government project that was tangled up in reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology. According to him, he also read government briefing documents that described alien involvement in human affairs for over the past 10,000 years. He also claimed to have worked at a secret site near Area 51. And although several credible people have poked holes into his story over the years, as mentioned, he's still believed by a massive amount of people. And why is that? Well, for one, he's very convincing, but two, some of the stuff he has said over the years is actually true. And we don't have to discuss all those, but we'll take a look at the ones cited most often. One of these is an interview with George Knapp, whom Bob took around Los Alamos, showing him around, and the people working there all seem to know Bob. Furthermore, his name can be found in the phone directory at this facility in 1982. Next, the Los Alamos newspaper featured a story on him and his jet car, which he drove, and labeled him as a physicist at the lab. Likewise, security personnel were seen by other people visiting Bob Lazar at his home, and friends and family all agreed that Bob would often disappear as part of his job. He was also able to describe certain aspects of facilities at Groom Lake, and he identified a location known as S4 in the Nellis Range complex. Even more telling, he was able to name specific people involved in the security process, and he received a W-2 form from the government. And there are witnesses who seen Bob intimidated by the government after the story broke. He also knew about the element 115 long before it was synthesized. Having said all that, we come to our topic, and obscure conspiracy theory for Bob Lazar. And I have to say, it actually makes a lot of sense. The theory comes from a man named Tom Mahood, who operates the website otherhand.org, and he has done extensive research on the Death Valley German case, a case where a family of 4 tourists from Germany vanished in Death Valley National Park in 1996, only for 2 of the adult members' remains to be found by a man named Les Walker and, of course, Tom Mahood, who had been searching the area. But I digress. It's Tom whose theory really kinda answers the whole Bob Lazar controversy, and while I just can't give the whole 9 yards of this really long post where he explains it, I will gloss over the boring parts and really dive into the more interesting ones. According to Tom, who has a master's in physics, he quickly would point out just how bad scientifically Bob's tale is. In other words, he would claim his ramblings were nothing but BS and not even worth being discussed. But getting to the more interesting parts about his theory, we start with Lazar's claims of seeing glowing objects over Groom Lake, which he inferred were UFOs. But according to Tom, they were really particle beams, which are a very real thing. And Tom would go on to speculate that part of the studies going on near Groom Lake at that time was radar measures and countermeasures, so it's possible they were using these particle beams to test radar spoofing. He follows this up by pointing out whatever they were working on there at the time is still classified, whether it be particle beams or heck, maybe something else altogether. But the point is that it's still classified today, which is a plus for Bob Lazar, who can claim whatever he wants, and the government can't come out and say, no, that's not what it is, because this is a secret program. Regardless, these glowing orbs showed up every Wednesday night in the skies over Groom Lake, but they were not UFOs or UFO technology. Instead, they were these plasmas generated by a high-powered proton accelerator shooting its beam into the atmosphere. But here's where we get to the meat of this theory. According to Tom, Bob knew all this. In his research, Tom discovered Bob got to Los Alamos sometime in the 80s and set up a photo processing business, and somehow he managed to get a limited-term contract with Kirk Meyer, and Kirk Meyer is a contract company supplying staff workers to Los Alamos lab, usually things like data entry personnel, machinists, and electronic technicians. This is important because Kirk Meyer never had any physicists, which Bob claims he is. Bob, however, did have an electronic technical education from Pierce College, so he got hired on as an electronic tech. And according to several witnesses that knew Bob and talked to Tom, he was a very clever fix-it guy. And it's true, he even got listed in their phone directory. And as far as the jet car he drove, that was true too. It was powered by a quirky device that burned propane and was noisy, and you could strap it to a bike or a go-kart, and apparently they even had one for a small car. And these plans were featured in many science magazines at the time, so it wasn't that rare. Regardless, the important part here is that this got the interest of a local newspaper which did a piece on Lazar, who told them he was a physicist at the lab, which was his first lie. But the crazy part is, the very next day, a man named Edward Taylor, a famous theoretical physicist and chemical engineer known as the father of the hydrogen bomb, would happen to visit Los Alamos to give a lecture. That changed everything. According to Tom, while killing some time, Edward Teller began reading a local paper when he came across the story of Bob Lazar, and they described him as being a physicist, even though he wasn't. And Lazar, being a master of low-key self-promotion, began talking to Teller while trying to impress him. If not for this, Lazar would still be an unknown. Fast forward a few years until 1985, and Lazar declares bankruptcy and relocates to Las Vegas after borrowing money from a ton of people in Los Alamos and not paying them back, which included some of his family. Anyways, after hanging around Vegas for a few years, he would write Edward Teller and say, "Hey, remember me? I'm the jet car physicist. I have lots of experience in particle accelerators. Do you know any interesting positions where I could put that to use?" By this time, Teller was 80 years old and not as sharp as he had been, and he put in a word for Lazar, which got him an interview and got him another secret clearance job with the government at a facility called S4 near Area 51. Now what's crazy is they actually were going to look at giving him a secret clearance in spite of the fact that he had a bankruptcy record, which is unusual. Maybe this was because Teller recommended him, or they simply overlooked it. But next, the security guys for the government would show up to Bob's home and check him out as part of the clearance, which is why witnesses said they seen him being visited by these agents. He soon got hired to do non-classified work while he waited on his clearance to update. Regardless, by now, he knew the facility was working on a top-secret proton accelerator at Groom Lake, as they fired it up every Wednesday night. And here is where Bob goofs up, according to Tom, because he starts inviting his friends out on Wednesday night to see the test, which again, were classified, which begs the question, did Bob know his clearance check was going to fail, so he didn't care? Or was he trying to prank his friend, John Lear, whom he often made fun of for believing in UFOs? Maybe he was trying to impress them, or maybe Bob simply thought he was too smart to get busted. Regardless, Bob never told his friends or family the truth, which was, they really seen a proton beam, not secret UFO technology. By doing this, he was technically not violating his security agreement, although I guess maybe he was, by even bringing them to observe the test in the first place. But these friends that seen the UFOs, or really the proton beam, would become his most hardcore supporters because they really seen something. They just didn't know it wasn't really UFOs. But it didn't take long for this to blow up on Bob's face, because on April 5th, 1989, security discovered this group of party animals that like to get together and watch the UFOs/proton beam. Bob realized he screwed up and he took off, but the sheriff's department caught his friends who turned Bob in, and Bob is now potentially looking at prison time. The next day he is met by security who are unsurprisingly grilling him, but that's when he tells them that he told his buddies that what they were seeing were flying saucers. This threw a curve to government security. Do they prosecute Bob and draw further attention to their secret proton operation? Or just kick him out and intimidate him to get him to not speak of it anymore? Well, they took the latter, and Bob became a folk hero, especially because of the work done by UFO researcher John Lear, who really promoted Bob's claims. Bob, meanwhile, only had one choice. He had to fully double down on all these stories he had told his friends. If he came clean about the whole thing, then that would mean he was giving over classified information, and old Bob would be in prison. So basically, no UFOs, instead, just a guy making up stories to stay out of jail, and also getting paid to make appearances, do interviews, and even writing a book. Oh, and by the way, it's because of him being hounded by all these security personnel at the time that he could name some of them later on, which ufologists point to when they try to say his story is legit. And for the so-called claim that Lazar knew about element 115 before it was actually synthesized, well, that's wrong. Bob's original claim was that it was stable, which amazed people because no one knew this at the time, meaning he did work at that secret facility, except that's not true either. Actually, the same month that Bob divulged this in an interview in May 1989, yeah, that was the same month the Scientific American magazine published an article talking about the potential island of stability around 115, so probably not a coincidence. There are many other things that we could go on to point out here, like how he claims he has a master's degree from Caltech and MIT, yet those have basically been debunked too. For one, The subjects he claimed to have gotten masters in weren't even offered as classes at that time, and he at one point also gave the last names of 2 instructors at these schools. And that's another problem with all this, he rarely likes to give names. But anyways, these names couldn't be found at Caltech or MIT, and arrestingly, these 2 last names that were supposed to be his instructors, well, one of them was found at Pierce College, where Lazar actually went, and the other was a teacher at the high school Bob attended. Not to mention, Bob has been arrested twice since all this, and one of those because he was pimping. No joke. So I mean, he doesn't have the best reputation anyways. Early 2023, Minya, Egypt. Archaeologists exploring an ancient cemetery would hit the jackpot when they came across a sarcophagi which contained amulets, ornaments, and mummies with rich designs, which may have not been much of a surprise, considering this was a graveyard thought to be for high-ranking officials and priests of the New Kingdom that reigned between 16th and the 11th century BC. But it's what they found inside that would soon go viral. Although it was discovered in early 2023, it would be the following summer of 2024 that someone on Reddit would notice a very odd resemblance between a figure on the sarcophagus and someone we know today. And if you look at it, you may already recognize it yourself. Yep, that's Marge Simpson on this 3,000-year-old lid to this tomb. The woman in question is of yellowish complexion, wears a green dress and a tall blue crown, which many have noted looks like Marge's dress and hair. This went viral after the Redditor pointed it out, and as you might imagine, this one is under the internet meme category. Although, I do have to point out here, even though it was this post in July 2024 that went viral, shortly after the discovery in early 2023, there was already people pointing out the similarities, but for whatever reason, it didn't go viral until this year. The real woman buried in this tomb is Toddy the First, and in spite of the jokes about ancient Egypt predicting the Simpsons, that's most likely not the case. Parapsychology is something we have touched on before in this series, and it's simply the study of alleged psychic phenomena including ESP, telepathy, precognition, clairvoyance, and psychokinesis. Ironically, although these are deemed pseudoscientific by the skeptical community, the US government actually put quite a bit of research into the topics during the height of the Cold War, so it shouldn't surprise you that the Soviet Union researched it as well. Although, as their research labored on into the 80s, they changed the term to psychotronics. Regardless, this just goes on to prove that both governments took the research very seriously, as both countries were convinced, or at least were hopeful, that they could come up with new ways to attack the enemy, or to spy on the enemy via entering their mind and reading their thoughts. And just like the US got a black eye from its research in MK Ultra, the Soviets also had these issues. And taking that, we're going to look at 2 different instances that could have possibly been tests related to psychotronics. The first is not only one of the most famous cases in the Soviet Union, but also in the world, the Dyatlov Pass incident. That's right, you know the story. In February 1959, 9 experienced hikers died under mysterious circumstances in the Ural Mountains of Russia. Their bodies would be found scattered across the area, some with strange injuries like a missing tongue and severe internal damage that did not have external wounds, while others died from hypothermia. The skeptical theories for this have ranged from avalanche to military testing. Heck, sometimes even Yeti is suggested. The case is very odd because the unusual injuries suggest they were panicked and running from something. The second strange case is the Kamar Daban incident, which we covered back on the second part of this series, if you're wanting to watch a more in-depth explanation. This one is similar to Dyatlov Pass, except it happened in 1993 and saw 6 Kazakhstani hikers die in weird circumstances in the Kamar Daban mountain range. And unlike Dyatlov, one person in this one survived, but similarly, they were disoriented and had unexplained injuries, which brings us back to the psychotronic theory. What if, in both instances, these disasters could be easier explained by some psychotronic weapon? I mean, in both cases, there was already the theory that the military was doing some kind of testing, although it's usually suggested it was nuclear testing or some kind of poison. But what if, instead, it was a psychotronic weapon? This theory is largely based on both groups' disorientation, sudden panic, and bizarre behaviors, and it suggests that there could have been these electromagnetic fields that these hikers in both cases walked through that caused the effects and slowly killed them, or caused them to panic in such a way that they caused their own demise. Likewise, it wouldn't necessarily have to be a field, but some kind of weapon like that. It could have been mind control or remote influencing. Is it possible a team working in these studies got into the minds of these people and made them act in the way they did? Others suggest the very real possibility of using sound waves, a la the Cuban sonic attacks we also previously covered, while others have suggested the Soviet military was using microwave or other forms of radiation to manipulate them or induce panic, where they could then study the effects in a controlled environment. This would explain how they had no external signs of injury, but still had internal trauma. And considering both locations were far from civilization, it allowed the military to conduct these tests in secret. Of course, the skeptics still point out there's no concrete evidence of any of these types of weapons being used in either incident, and more than likely, they died from natural phenomena.